Oil marketing companies warn consumers to pay far more than the 1 cedi on fuel after implementation of new energy sector levy. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And later we'll hear from experts who fear our local languages are gradually being eroded.
Unfortunately, these days, in many homes in Ghana, people don't speak their native language.
These and more coming up with me, Mami Sinyamicha Thompson. Stay for details. Now, the public healthcare system is reeling as the strike by nurses and midwives continues nationwide, leaving patients in dire straits. The Ministry of Health has expressed deep frustration, alleging that the striking nurses have refused to return to the negotiation table. At the heart of the industrial action is a long-standing grievance over the bargaining agreement with government. Tony Goodman is the spokesperson of the ministry.
We, as a ministry, we are open for further discussion. As I speak to you, we just left Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. They have also indicated that they have called them severally for them to come, for them to develop a roadmap for the implementation of the condition of service, but they are not in town, and it's making it difficult for them to continue their negotiation. So it's not as if negotiation has ended or doors are closed. Nobody's ready to listen to colleague nurses. It's just that they are not ready to listen to anybody.
And you heard the spokesperson for the Health Ministry, Tony Goodman. Meanwhile, the National Labour Commission has declared the strike illegal. This follows the association's failure to collaborate with the NLC to resolve the grievances. And head of our health desk, Fred Smith, is with us this morning and has details of that statement. Fred, what's he saying?
Well, this is a decision taken at a meeting called by the NLC over the nurses' grievances, which was attended by the NLC itself, the Ministries of Health and Finance, and the allied institutions, except for the GRNMA, those on the strike. It says the commission notes that the GRNMA has failed to comply with Section 159 of the Labour Act 2003 Act 651 regarding notice leading to such industrial actions. The commission declares the industrial action by the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association as illegal and directs them to call it off with immediate effect.
Well, Fred, the commission has also made some demands. What are they?
Yes, that members of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association resume work at their respective facilities immediately, that the leadership of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association continue with its engagement with the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission on the implementation of the collective agreement and report the outcome to the commission by the 25th of June 2025 at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you so much. Fred Smith is the head of our health desk. Moving on, President John Mahama has defended his administration's decision to introduce a new levy on petroleum products, describing the move as difficult but necessary. At the Jubilee House during the presentation of the final report from the National Economic Dialogue 2025, the president acknowledged widespread public concern about the new levy but insisted it is vital to save the energy sector.
This decision, though difficult, is necessary and justifiable. The additional revenue projected is 5.7 billion cedis annually. This revenue will be strictly ring-fenced to pay down legacy energy debt, finance ongoing fuel purchase, and avert the risk of recurring power shortages. Funds from this levy will not be subject to the hazards of the Consolidated Fund. And the minister is here. I know when money falls into the Consolidated Fund, it faces certain hazards. It will not be subject to the hazards of the Consolidated Fund. The fund will be regularly audited and audit reports made public.
According to the president, the recent macroeconomic stability and appreciation of the cedi is not expected to result in any immediate fuel price increases at the pumps.
We are fully aware of the burden this will place on households and businesses, but I want to assure Ghanaians that this decision was not taken lightly. With the recent gains in macro stability and strengthening of the Ghanaian cedi, this levy is not expected to result in any immediate fuel price increases at the pump.
President John Mahama there. Now, the National Intelligence Bureau is still on the hunt for 3 key suspects linked to a massive cocaine seizure in March. On Wednesday, the NIB, in compliance with a court directive, conducted tests on the consignment at its headquarters. The testing is part of the ongoing efforts to prosecute those involved before the narcotics are destroyed later this month. There's more in the following report.
The National Intelligence Bureau, NIB, has supervised the inspection and testing of over 3,300 kilograms of suspected cocaine at its Accra headquarters. The process was carried out in compliance with the court order in the ongoing trial of 3 suspects, Isaac Kwaku, Kenneth Kobina, and Maoko Kudufia, who face narcotics-related charges. In the presence of the judge, state attorneys, defense lawyers and technical experts, samples of the seized substance underwent testing, including the cobalt thiocyanate test, which yielded a presumptive positive result. Further laboratory analysis by the Ghana Standards Authority confirmed the substance to be cocaine hydrochloride. The narcotics, valued at over $350 million, were intercepted in March at Pedu Junction in the Central Region, concealed under sand in a tipper truck bound for Accra. Per court directive, the exhibits will be destroyed on June 20 at Bondase. Meanwhile, a manhunt is underway for 3 other suspects who remain at large: Kellyan Julian Mensah, Jefflian Kojo Into, and Charles Hagan. For Joy News, Michael Ashale.
The West African Examinations Council (WAEC) has raised alarm over rising incidents of examination malpractices in the country, identifying the Bono East and Ahafo regions as major hotspots. There's more on the following report.
Speaking at a stakeholder engagement forum, head of humanities at WAEC, Daniel Nidodu, disclosed that exam malpractice is becoming increasingly worrying and requires urgent intervention.
Bono East and Ahafo regions had the highest number of candidates involved in malpractice, 18,504 in 2023. And I'm giving you a hint that 2024 trend analysis will not be anything different. It will even hit a higher note.
The council cited the most common forms of cheating to include smuggling of foreign materials into exam halls, impersonation, and collusion between candidates.
The council has observed the following trends in examination malpractices: the surge in the number of Telegram and WhatsApp platforms trading questions and answers to questions of ongoing examinations, use of electronic communication devices such as phones and tablets to cheat in examinations, sourcing answers from AI platforms during examinations, photocopying of responses to questions and circulating same to the candidates.
Now, in many Ghanaian homes, English has taken the place of native languages, and experts say it's putting the country's cultural identity at risk. Mohammed Nuruddin reports from the just-ended Afro-Curation Ghana 2025 event in Kumasi.
In a typical Ghanaian household today, English dominates conversations. It is often seen as a sign of intelligence and, for many parents, a point of pride. But language experts say this growing shift could have a long-term consequences. Head of linguistics at the University of Ghana, Professor Opani Kofi Ajikum, says abandoning mother tongues for English doesn't make anyone more important.
We have positive attitude towards our languages. We will not allow them to go into extinct. So what we have been doing for all the years is that we do language shift. We shift our conversation, our communication from language A to language B, thinking that the target language B is more prestigious. But I can tell you that every other language should be able to serve the people who own the language.
And that's how we end this morning's edition of the news here on Joy 99.7 FM. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Google me. And what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I'll go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. Absa. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open there.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a feel the gobe too small.
Go.
Joe Pana. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
See, your rich auntie gets more from Absa. Your childhood friend gets more from Absa. Your favorite uncle gets more from Absa. Your roommates gets more from Absa. Digital solutions get more from Absa. Rewards we bring get more from Absa. 5-star treatment get more from Absa. Preferential rates get more from Absa. Hey, easy banking and no ane Absa. Instant loans and no ane Absa. Bank papa party and no ane Absa. FTK account and get more from Absa. Yes, join thousands of Absa customers enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital solutions to help you write the next big chapter of your story. Sign up for an Absa account today and get more. Your story matters. Absa.
Brush your teeth every day and night. Up and down and all around. Brush the clean and bright. Brush your teeth. Brush with mom and dad. Underneath and in between. Brush the germs away.
Pepsodent, cavity protection.
For 10 times stronger.
This advert is FDA approved.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
Kojo, it's 3 a.m. What now?
Ya tisubiomo, ya tisubiomo.
Kojo, not again. It's 4 a.m. What's now?
Sorry. Last year was Yatisubium. This year, crowd, we've gone lower. Yasaya Tiso. I'm back with good news. Amazing news. I've been Soko. SG Ghana loans are back with even lower interest rates. If you're a salaried worker, whether you're on CAGD payroll, work with an SG Ghana listed institution, or already bank with SG Ghana, this is your time. Whether it's completing your dream home, paying school fees, or handling other personal needs, SG Ghana has the perfect loan for you. Walk into any SG Ghana branch from now till September 2025 and ask about Yasaya Tisu Loans promo. Let's help you get things done. You can also call 0302-214-314 for more details. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Bavu. Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am good. You?
Fair to middling. Anyway. Today, political Thursday, right? So bringing up all the big.
What have we got our eyes on?
Yeah? Okay, so we certainly have to talk about the Dumso levy, as it has.
It's got a name already.
Named
Dumso levy.
But you know, yeah. We have to talk about it. I mean, look, it's here, right? Parliament has passed it. I think it's important for us to understand the process that went into this decision, and more importantly, whether we can start to get an idea of how long
this is going
to. Yeah. So we'll have conversations around that, and then of course yesterday you touched on it. You were quite concerned about the posturing and messaging around the value of our cedi, right? They say almost the bet 10 to 12, between 10 and 12. I mean, if it is that easy to predict and maintain, that would be wonderful for businesses, right? But is it? Is it as easy as having a meeting and deciding what the value of your currency will be?
Yeah.
So today we get to that, And then, of course, the two big law enforcement issues, Kenufuriata and Chairman Wuntumi.
There's a lot happening in the country.
I know. And I've gone through 4 issues. I can't think of a single trumpet-worthy.
Well, today is 5th of June. It's a big day.
For who? Sami or Dami?
Yes.
You ought to give him some birthday trumpet.
Yes, we have to. We have to.
Oh,
and it's Emma Morrison's birthday today.
It is, well. Yes. Happy birthday to Miss Mo as well.
Miss Mo.
Yeah. Okay. Because of Emma.
Double trumpet.
Because of Emma. Because of Emma, I have agreed.
Well, also in anticipation of a birthday party by Samuel Dami. Yes, so.
You see, this is why I'm coming, you know.
It's not going to happen.
That anticipation. It's a waste of hope. Anyway, miracles have happened before,
miracles
right?
do happen, yeah.
Dreams can come true. We'll see about that. But Charlie, all right, let's get started. The 6 a.m. news was brought to us by Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. And Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. And now the Joy Business Report comes your way. I came up with a solution.
Mm-hmm.
You see, there's a lot of confusion when people, now that there are 2 Kojos on the morning show, Kojo, you don't know who they mean. When people send text messages, we are not sure which Kojo they mean, right?
Okay.
So from now on, I'm Nana. I think I've solved the problem.
Nana?
Yeah.
Nana Kojo. Safohin.
Simple. Simple. Yeah. Nana Kojo Insingi the first.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
You can just call me Nana.
Nana.
Simple. Yeah. We've closed the case, haven't we?
Case closed.
Thank you.
I agree, Nana.
For the Joy Business Report, we are grateful to Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank, and MNC Properties, a member of MNC Group, MNC Properties, choice of class. So,
okay.
For the birthday boy and
Sammy
birthday girl, Sammy Odame
and Miss Mo, wherever you are, trumpets! Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, oil marketing companies want consumers to pay far more than the 1 cedi on fuel after implementation of new energy sector levy. Meanwhile, average palm prices expected to rise above 13 cedis a litre from the current 11 cedis if oil marketing firms start enforcing the new energy sector levy. Plus, business community expecting Bank of Ghana to reduce policy rate after next monetary policy committee meeting following a sharp drop in inflation to 18.4%. Details coming up. My name is Telecommunications. Thanks for being with us. Hello to our friends listening from Kofu Radio and KT Radio. Now, oil marketing companies are warning that consumers will pay more than the 1 cedi per litre on fuel if the new energy sector levy kicks off. This could happen after cost components are applied by the OMCs as a result of the levy. Dr. Everson Paul is Chief Executive of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. He spoke on PM Express.
I mean, that's a very big error from the government side, saying that this extra 1 cedi will not be reflective at the pump level. Let's educate ourselves so that people understand what is awaiting us. Other than that, the ordinary Ghanaian will be blaming oil marketing companies for increasing the pump price. This 1 cedi will not just be 1 cedi because it will come with operational cost on my members. And that's the initial capital cost in terms of working capital. So what happens is that most of my members will prepay the taxes ahead of time. Now their budget will need to increase to buy the same amount of fuel that they would buy yesterday. Most of them will go to the banks and will come with an interest rate. And this all will be passed on to the ordinary Ghanaian. Let me also mention that 2 major components adverts to the current pump price. It's not only the cedi. The pump prices were already coming down before the cedi became stable. And that was due to geopolitical reasons, which you and I have no control over.
You had Dr. Rivison Opong, a chief executive of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. The chamber is also warning that average prices of petroleum products at the pumps would rise above 13 cedis a litre from the current 11 cedis if the energy sector levy is implemented. Data from the National Petroleum Authority shows that taxes currently constitute about 25% of the cost of every litre of petroleum products sold to consumers. While still on fuel, economist Professor Kojo Boateng has said that the newly introduced 1 cedi levy on petroleum products will have minimal impact on consumers, especially given the current economic conditions. Professor Boateng says that the levy will help resolve the power crisis if the funds are used for its intended purpose.
Given the conferred advantage that has been created as a result of the strengthening of the currency, this imposition would not impact consumers significantly, while it also allows the government to make some fiscal gains to resolve the energy sector. There are reforms that could be introduced, and some of them are being worked on as part of the IMF supported program and all of that. They bear fruit not in the immediate, but I think that we needed something urgently to also assure our investors that we have a repayment capacity, so that if you are asking for private sector investment, you know, the restructuring of the energy sector, even if you are asking private sector participation, we have to be able to assure investors that our repayment capacity is strong for them to be able to take on that risk on their balance sheet.
Economist Professor Kojo Boateng. Now, government statistician Dr. Al-Hassan Idrisu is making a case for the adoption of bulk storage of food to control inflation. Data shows that food inflation has not seen any further reduction as compared to other items in the inflation basket. Inflation for May recorded a sharp drop to 18.4% year-on-year from 21.2% recorded in April this year. Dr. Idrisu advised businesses to rely on locally produced raw materials to further drive down inflation.
From the data we see on inflation for households, with food inflation contributing almost 2/3 of the total inflation, households should adapt bulk purchasing, shared food buying, and consider local in-season produce to reduce food costs. Also, households could limit discretionary spending on items like restaurants that posted inflation of 18.5% and recreation. Given the 20.1% inflation in health, households should prioritize preventive care and take advantage of the National Health Insurance Scheme benefits to avoid high out-of-pocket expenses. On businesses, since local inflation is easing faster, businesses can reduce cost pressures by sourcing locally. With high inflation in food and imported goods, businesses should also strengthen local sourcing.
Dr. Al-Hassan Idrisu is government statistician. While still on inflation, the business community has welcomed the significant drop for the month of May to 18.4%, saying the trend signals a potential decrease in the policy rate. According to Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Mark Bedu-Abuaje, the significant drop could further stimulate economic growth.
Reduction in prices of fuel at the pumps and also fares, transport fares. There's an instant pass-through on inflation. That's why we've seen this reduction in inflation. In fact, if you compare the current inflation of 18.4 to the policy rate of 28, it means there is a real interest rate of about 10%. And for me, it is about time that the central bank should consider critically in their next MPC review to reduce the policy rate. Of course, there will not be any justification now, looking at the performance of the local currency, looking at the fact that inflation is that low to 18.4. Then this inflation process is working. So there's a need for us to also reduce the policy rate.
Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Mark Bedu-Abuaje. Now, as part of efforts to drive digital inclusion, MTN Ghana has expressed commitment to continue to invest in improving digital literacy among the youth. According to Chief Executive Stephen Blewett, prioritizing digital skills among the young population will drive socio-economic development. He spoke at the launch of the 2025 MTN 21 Days of Yellow Care.
Yellow Care is about volunteerism. So it's the entire, all around Africa, every MTN country is doing this. And obviously in Ghana, all of our staff volunteer. And what we volunteer is every year there's a theme. This year it's about getting at the roots, the digital inclusion at the roots. So our staff will go and do various activities in all the regions of Ghana to volunteer their time and their effort to help people, uplift the people of Ghana through these programs that we put in place over the next 21 days.
While responding to calls by the Communications Minister to clamp down on telcos offering poor services, Stephen Blewett said that MTN Ghana has invested over 3 million cedis in its operations, with a plan to invest about 5 billion over the period of 5 years to improve service delivery.
Ghanaians love MTN Ghana. Let's be clear. Every one of you will say this is our network. And it is, because 30% of MTN Ghana is listed on the stock exchange and owned by Ghanaians. So we take the quality of service as a very important thing. This year, we originally said we'd spend 250. We'll spend over 300 million this year, So we're never going to be happy until the best possible service. No CEO is going to say, I'm happy with average quality of service. So I'm absolutely committed as a business. This year, over 300 million. It means by the end of this year, we will have spent over $1 billion in the 5 years. And that's how you do it. So we're investing. It will change. That I can promise you.
Yet, Stephen Blewett there, he is Chief Executive of MTN Ghana. Now, the Zonta Club of Accra is investing in the future of women in technical trades. The club, led by President Clara Brown, has donated 2 kits to female students at Pilot Technical Institute, a vocational training institution in Ghana, to support their training in male-dominated fields such as electrical, electronics, and mechanical engineering.
We learned from their headmaster and teachers that they find it difficult to get the tools to study. And when they are given programs or work to do at home, sometimes they don't even have the tools to help them with their studies. So we decided to provide the tools for them. And these tools will go a long way, because even after they've completed their education, they are going to use the tools for their trade. And we are hoping that even as they do that, they will build enterprises and use that to also engage other young girls to give them interest in male-dominated roles. We are also promising the school that going forward, every year we will take on the girls, or some of the girls at least, that take part in the male-dominated programs and sponsor them with their tools.
We had President of the Zonta Club of Accra, Clara Brown there. Let's turn to Investor Eye. Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, James Kucha-Veji, is urging Ghanaians to invest in the capital market as the Commission builds a robust investment climate by reforming the Securities and Exchanges Act.
Telco staff can abuse access to internal systems to leak user or subscriber data to criminals, approve unauthorized SIM card swaps, or even siphon funds directly from your accounts. With just a few clicks, your mobile number can be hijacked, your wallet emptied before you even realize your SIM has been swapped. To stop this, telecom companies need to implement stronger internal monitoring systems, regular staff background checks, and multi-factor authentication for all high-risk operations will make a big difference. Telco should seek to create a culture of accountability, from onboarding staff with anti-fraud training to continuously monitoring internal actions. If your SIM card suddenly stops working, act fast. Contact your telco and block access to your mobile money account immediately. Stay sharp, stay secure.
Oh, actually, that was Adam Glyman, of Chief Executive of Global Secure Solutions, speaking about SIM swaps and the risk of fraud. Just so you are informed. And before we go, let's take a look at the commodity market. Crude oil dropped marginally to $64 a barrel. Gold opened trading at $3,367 an ounce after losing more than $5. Cocoa increased by $173 and is selling at $9,948 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar going for 10 cedis, 55 pesos. That's what Forex bureaus are offering their clients. The British pound going for 14 cedis, 48 Ghana cedis. The euro going for 12 cedis, 40 pesos. The commercial banks quoting the dollar at 10 cedis, 25 pesos. There is more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues. Here's Kojo Akoto Boateng. Well, anyway.
Kojo. Good morning.
Who's Kojo?
You. I love Cove Town, and every morning you mention the name of the town.
KTU.
Yes,
KTU Radio in Kojo. Shout outs to all of you listening.
Them,
yeah.
Yes.
Anyway,
Are you preparing to pay the 1 cedi levy?
Oh, well, what choice do we have?
You are preparing. You've done your calculations now.
Well, I guess we just have to accept the 1 cedi. I can't really accept paying 50% more on utility time.
So you've done the calculation.
Well, I mean, not.
And you've given yourself closure.
I've given myself closure. I mean, I thought about it. 50%, if you think about how much you're going to pay, 50% more on utilities, you'd rather pay your 1 cedi, clear the energy sector debt perhaps, and then.
But that debt, no, and the $1.2 billion, is it really for liquid fuels or is for the totality of the fuels we need?
And that's what we need to find out. Right?
We know the answer. We'll share with you. Energy Commission put the thing out, and we've looked at the consistent updates from the Energy Commission, and it looks like $1.2 billion is for the totality of the fuels we need, and that we need to really understand the fundamental decisions that went into this one cedi per liter.
And like you're asking, for how long are we going to pay this?
Yes, and is the law really or the levy really grounded on facts? Is it grounded on the actual facts?
It'll be interesting to know what
this
you
morning
discovered.
We'll be talking to a former NPA boss and a former finance minister here on the Super Morning Show to discuss some of these issues. But we have a very lovely song for you this morning. Dinah Hamilton, The Praise.
Okay.
Yeah, enjoy this one.
All right.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. with some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go.
Yes, let me inform you, we've solved the problem, okay?
Which one?
The confusion, the Kojo confusion.
Okay.
Text message comes in, we don't know which Kojo they are referring
Okay.
to. We've solved the problem.
You are who solved the problem?
Daryl and I.
Okay.
So you are
what's the
welcome. First of all, you are welcome.
Thank you.
So you are Kojo, right?
Yes.
You would like to be Kojo
Yes.
going forward, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm Nana. We've settled it.
Nana Kojo Yankson.
Simple.
Bema Kojo Boateng.
That's it.
Yeah, no. So you solved this with Daryl?
Yes.
I hope it doesn't come with any name levy.
Oh, that one will pay per what? Because it won't be per liter.
We'll take it per plate of watch for every mention of the name.
I beg. Whose name? Yours or mine? Cow idiot. Minus me. All right, well, listen, we're getting into it. We'll start with the Drive Safe campaign.
And the Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, supported by Toyota Superior Quality. Avoid all distractions, keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible, drive with your lights on. That's how you ensure your safe arrival. And this morning, my tip is simple. When you sit in your car, adjust all your driving mirrors to enable you to see what's happening behind you beside you as well. Most people don't do that. They just get into their car. They don't check anything. Oh. Just start the ignition. Boom, they start driving. But adjust all those things, because sometimes you share the vehicle with someone else. So when they get in, they adjust it to suit their levels. So you to adjust it so that you can always see what's happening behind you and beside you to keep safe on the road.
I think there's something genetically wrong with me.
What is wrong with you? Tell me.
From one day to the next, when I sit in my own car, having been the last person who drove it, I sometimes still need to adjust my mirror.
Because sometimes depending on the time of the day and how you feel in your body, you try to adjust your driver's seat a little bit. So when you adjust, you don't at all?
No. So that's where I'm saying that there's something wrong, because I drive home at night, I go to bed, I wake up in the morning, sit in the car, and at least one or two of the angles are off and I have to correct them.
For me, I adjust my seat all the time. In the mornings, depending on what I'm wearing.
That I would understand, right? If I've adjusted the seat, yes, I get that. But in this case, being
we have to institute a public inquiry into that.
I have to go to Noguchi for testing.
Oh, Noguchi, they're quite what? Let's go to Standards Authority to be sure your car is correct. You don't have the Ghana Auto Summit coming, and some of these things we have to.
But you see, the plus side of it is that it means I'm always checking.
Yes, which is good. You're ensuring your safety on the road, which is great. Yeah.
We like that. All right, then let's learn how to say it right, and it's brought to us this morning by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, and Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
There's a strange word I keep hearing. Genuine. What does that even mean? I think they're trying to say genuine. 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 Which means authentic. Truly what it is said to be. It can also mean real or sincere when used to describe a person. Genuine comes from the Latin word genu, which means knee. It refers to an ancient Roman custom where a father would place a child on his knee to acknowledge paternity. This later morphed into genuineness, which means natural or proper. Soon, the word genus emerged, which was used to describe birth or pedigree. That's why the word genuflect describes the act of going down on one knee. So it's not genuine, it's genuine. And now you know how to genuinely say it right.
For those of us who buy our shoes at Tema Station, when you go and you say, oh shoe genuine, Nike wear they are genuine.
Say a trace out there, no genuine one.
That's a
genuine one. We are megazigilizing the brofo.
Over megazigilized.
Genuine one. What's the name? That was the correct pronunciation.
Genuine.
As I can know when you mean
Sana Brunin
genuine.
Sana Brunin Kano.
And genuine.
The news review now brought to you by Syntex Tank. You're strong, you're tough. And Access Bank, more than banking, not forgetting Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Happy smile.
We start with a daily graphic. One Ghana cedi energy sector levy to tackle $3.7 billion debt. This is the finance minister speaking. Inflation drops to 2-year low. Government statistician advises households, entities to limit discretionary spending. 3,000 kilograms of substance test positive for cocaine. That is 3 tons.
Jesus Christ.
NIB set to destroy exhibits worth over $350 million. Government won't interfere with corruption cases. This is the president. He was talking to the chairperson of the African Union Advisory Board against corruption at the Jubilee House. And Japan reaffirms support for Volivo Bridge project. There are 3 main bridges that we need in the country. 3 key. In fact, there are about 5, but let me mention the first 3. The Volivo one, which connects part of Greater Accra region to Volta region, or the eastern region, because of the make of the place. There is a Dambai bridge, which connects Dambai to Dodoi Kope, so eastern Oti region to northern region, and then there is the Adosu to Echiaman from bridge in the Afram Plains area. Those bridges need to be fixed, and the president says he's going to do it. We will be monitoring and putting pressure on him.
Repeat that first headline.
Which one? Government won't interfere with corruption cases.
No. The finance minister one.
One cedi energy sector levy to tackle $3.7 billion debt. Finance minister.
That's not what the energy minister told us yesterday.
But it's the finance minister who took the act to parliament.
But that is not what the energy minister told us yesterday. I'm drawing a distinction between what the 2 ministers have said.
What did the energy minister say?
The energy minister said that this is to buy new fuel.
He said it's not going to deal with legacy debt.
Yes, he said the reason this was important is because the tariff that we are paying for our electricity, it doesn't include the purchase of liquid fuel. It's not calculated in there.
Yeah.
Right? And to buy that liquid fuel, money is needed. And that money is needed urgently.
Okay.
And that's why this decision was taken. So it is not to pay off legacy debt. None of this money, this 1 cedi, according to the energy minister, is going to pay any legacy debt. So this is directly contravening that headline.
Now, Dr. KCL Atoforsen says that the total, and I quote, the total energy sector debt as at the end of March 2025 stands at $3.1 billion. This amount includes debts owed to IPP, state-owned enterprises, fuel suppliers, and other stakeholders. And he emphasized that the nation's inability to honor its financial obligations to key players such as ENI and car powership resulted in the complete drawdown of 2 critical guarantees in 2024, a $512 million IDA guarantee from the World Bank and a $120 million guarantee from the GNPC. And the government, he said, would now need $632 million to restore these guarantees. Now, he further stated that a minimum of $3.7 billion was required to clean up the energy sector's overall indebtedness and reset the sector on a more stable path.
We will play back what the energy minister said, because now we have two completely conflicting explanations for this one levy.
But why is it conflicting again, Kojo?
Well, one person says
who took the bill to Parliament?
No, you are asking us whose word we should take. I am saying there shouldn't be two words.
Okay.
Right? So the finance minister says we are taking this money because we have debts that we have to pay. Energy minister says, in fact, categorically, none of this money will pay debts.
So the fact that finance minister is saying A, energy minister is saying B,
a problem.
And also the fact that the energy minister is the alternate finance minister, you expect a consistent explanation from the two ministers, right?
Indeed.
You don't want to. Somebody says we are going to Accra through Bojasi, we are all going the same way.
Exactly. It's a problem that they are saying two directly opposing, diametrically opposing things.
Yes.
Right? Because the energy minister is categorical. He says none of this is going to be used to pay debts.
Yeah.
Right? That is categorically opposite to what you've just read.
You know what the other problem is for me? The fact that, well, maybe we've not contacted the Energy Commission yet, and maybe we should. But I thought that by 11 a.m., as at yesterday, Energy Commission would release a statement to also clear the air as to what the fuel consumption is. As a student of DUMSO, I have been studying power supply plans, I've been studying dispatch schedules and all those things. And so I know that these projections are not done by one person sitting in some small corner office. It's done with the contribution of every other player in the power sector. So from the IPPs to VRA to NEDCO to GridCo to ECG, the Ministry of Energy itself, other consultants. So if we project to spend $1.2 billion on our total fuel needs, and the minister says no, that projection is factually inaccurate, it is wrong, the people who did the work, the technocrats, must come back to us and say no, this is how we arrived at it. And if you look at,
or maybe come back to us and say yes, we were wrong.
And I've been looking at the data over the past 10 years, and the fact that like almost every year we see about a 7%, 10% increase in. So the data suggests that the 1.2 billion in the power supply plan could actually be the thing. So the minister has promised us to send us their new calculations. We need to still follow up. Energy Commission, please.
Let's hear from you.
Let's hear from you, or take down that plan you have on your website. If it's not accurate, if it's accurate, keep it. If it's not accurate, take it down and come back to us on that.
Talk to us. We want to hear from you. All right. Okay. What else?
Yes. Don't sell state assets to politicians. Dr. forcing to new Senate board chaired by Osaberi Mansasa Seraku III. This is the Inquisitor front page. Napo is wishing all Muslims a happy Eid. Please, Christians, we are joining ourselves because the meat will eat some.
Please. Is this the chicken one or this is the
proper
one?
meat? This is the meat. You've not seen the sheep and the cattle and the.
Thank you.
This is salakes here.
My
when
friend,
we were growing up in Ijaz, they said this is salakes here, and the other one is salaketwa.
My friend Tijani,
yes,
don't bring any chicken to come and disturb us this time around. Last time you were doing some evasive tactics with chicken.
Yes.
This time around we are beefing it up.
And if you choose to go the chicken way, buy at least 20 chicken, so that you
buy them from Kojo Akoto Boateng. Okay.
Thank you for that LPM. More stories. Align central government district assemblies common fund project to avoid waste. This is Martin J. Mensah advising the government. The finance minister said some money has been released to the district assemblies to undertake CHIPS compounds, school projects, borehole projects and all. And Martin J. Mensah says that we should align that to the central government project so that we don't duplicate the effort and also waste money. If you go to the Daybreak, NPP MP's charge on IGP over Ablekuma North results, Mahama Defense Petroleum Levy, tax on litre of fuel now 3.35 Ghana cedis. And Gold Board plans Gold Village. And Baumia is here. He's slamming the NDC. It's related to the 1 cedi per litre issue.
Oh, how have times changed? All right, the online review now is brought to you by Zenith Bank in your best interest.
My Joe Online, 1 cedi fuel levy is not new, just a fix for power sector's liquidity crisis. This is Kwabena Donko speaking. Energy sector levy raised 9 billion Ghana cedis, but power crisis persists. This is Association of Oil Marketing Companies CEO also speaking. And Baumia Slams NDC says they've told a lie by introducing Dumso levy after removing e-levy. The president is also on the front page. President Mahama justifies new petroleum levy as difficult but necessary. And you know the issues to do with the exchange rate. In fact, this morning there's a message we have here on the exchange rate, and I would like to share that. And this person says, look, the true value of the cedi is when the value of your minimum wage goes well above the extreme poverty benchmark of $1.97. So you either increase the minimum wage or bring the dollar down to an appreciable level. We must survive first before we export. There are more Ghanaians who just want to survive than export, and we need to do this. So,
all right,
exchange rate conversation is still in the news.
In fact, let's talk about our cedi.
Yes.
Our handsome cedi, our beautiful, gorgeous, pulchritudinous cedi. It's doing well. The president says it's, well, partly because he had a meeting with the governor, and they've decided that the thing should sit between 10 and 12. Me, I want to understand whether that's how it works. But first, let's hear the president.
The economy is responding quite positively to the budget, and you can see it in the appreciation of the cedi, the reduction in the deficit, and general macroeconomic stability, return of investor confidence, and all that. I can assure you that in managing the economy together with the Minister of Finance, the Governor of the Bank, you can count on us to make sure that we manage the economy properly. Because if we don't, it affects your businesses. When the economy goes out of gear, it affects your businesses directly. And so I can assure you that we will continue to prudently manage the economy so that you have a predictable environment in which you can make investments, knowing that your return on investments would keep your businesses going. The recent appreciation in the value of the cedi is one that we have kept watching. As the cedi started to strengthen and the dollar depreciated, it's our A-level economics, we all know that it's a balance between imports and exports. What it means is that it makes your imports cheaper and your exports more expensive. And so there must be a fair balance to try and achieve the true value of the cedi. Some people say, oh, it will come down to 4. But of course, we know the true value of the cedi is not 4. And if it went as far down as 4, it will kill all your export businesses. And so myself, the governor, and the finance minister met and discussed it. And they think that the real value of the cedi is anywhere between 10 and 12. Luckily, the Forex auction has brought it to just above 10, and it appears to have stabilized there. So I think that going forward, anything between 10, 11, and 12 as a band where the cedi operates will be a fair value, both to encourage our exports, but at the same time not make imports so cheap that importers will flood our markets with toothpicks and, biscuits and coconut and
yeah. So that was President John Dramani Mahama talking about a meeting he had with the finance minister and the governor of the Bank of Ghana, at which they decided what the value of the cedi should be. Listen, I want to learn a bit more about how these things work. Let's talk to Professor Godfred Bokbin. Of course, we know him. He's an economist and he's with the University of Ghana Business School. Prof, thank you so much for joining us twice in a row this week. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning to our listeners.
So, Prof, I mean, maybe a quick cons lesson from you. Is that how it works? Is that all that we needed to do all this time that our cedi was losing value? Did it only require one meeting between the governor, the finance minister, and the president to decide on what the value should be?
Thank you very much, Kojo. I don't think it was just the recent meeting. I had indicated much earlier that the central bank was targeting exchange rates. They just didn't want to communicate that to the market at the initial stage. So it was not just a more recent meeting where they decided on this. They knew largely where they were heading to. Then that is why we said that what we witnessed in terms of the strengthening of the local currency was not just the forces of demand and supply. There was an intervention to cause the strengthening. And we were concerned that the rate of appreciation was too aggressive to enable planning and the entire economy to adjust to the strengthening of the currency. And to that extent, you could not describe that as stability. That was more of a disruption. A disruption could cause negative benefits or positive as well. That was what we witnessed. And it was very difficult for people to play along and to even plan. And it was quite unsettling. We knew to some extent that we would be arriving between 10 plus or minus 1 or so way back, more than a month ago. But it's also good that there's some level of clarity that, yes, we need to stabilize. Beyond the aggressive strengthening, we need to stabilize. Stability is treasured over wide swings. Whether appreciation or depreciation is neither good for businesses nor for even the central bank in the first place. Of course, we also do know that stability in economics is not the same as same price or fixed price over time. We still expect that there will be changes, some kind of variation in the rate, but it should not be significant enough to cause disruptions or uncertainty when it comes to planning. And what we have seen here is not just something that we can celebrate totally. It came along with considerable disadvantages, even to government records or books as well, whilst businesses are also recalibrating, counting the losses that they have booked. Of course, for the exchange rate losses, businesses will claim that through their tax filings. What it also means is that it's going to affect government revenue envelope at the end of the day. In fact, we expect that there will be considerable challenges in meeting our revenue targets. And if you look at the projection for this year, and you situate that within the 2025 budget, it was one of the reasons why I took a position that I have a soft side towards this levy. Because if you look at the 2025 budget and you look at government obligations, even procuring fuel for the rest of this year, we don't have that fiscal space. Any further expenditure the Minister of Finance decides to incur will have serious implications for our program with the fund in terms of the primary balance that we need to meet. And we just don't have that space. So there are difficult decisions that we have to take whilst government rolls out reforms and all of that. So that is where we are. But I think that going forward, we should be able to stabilize the currency in a more fundamental and predictable way. What that will mean also, Kojo, is that even though we have improved FX, supply of foreign currencies, the fact that it's available necessarily doesn't mean the central bank to allow it to flow through the market. The central bank can equally come onto the market to mop up FX in the same way that when the cedi is depreciating beyond a certain band, which will cause dislocation in the economy, they can sell dollars on its own account. It could also buy dollars on its own account. That is how it works. So the central bank, as a regulator, cannot sit aloof and say that it's just the forces of demand and supply. Let's just watch it to go as far as it will go. No, that is not management.
So, Prof, based on this, you are suggesting that the central bank should use all the resources available to manage the exchange rate to stay within the optimal 10 to 12 Ghana cedi to the dollar range.
I think that stability will be helpful for us going forward. Remember that a currency like the USD, which historically is very strong, if any intervention causes it to become a little cheaper than what it is, it signals a time to buy. And don't forget that in our history, anytime there's a sharp appreciation, after a couple of months or even a year or so, you see a reversal. Especially when you cannot situate that sharp aggression within a structural and productivity transformation of your economy. You want to be mindful. The other thing to also bear in mind is that assuming we have right leadership, and the president says that I am uncomfortable the distraction to our environment, our water bodies, and our forests. And suddenly one day the president wakes up and identifies with every Ghanaian that we must tackle this aggressively. In the same way they cause the city to strengthen aggressively, there will be structural break in terms of supply of gold. Because the bulk of the gold we are buying is from artisanal small-scale mining. Largely, they are doing irresponsible mining. For instance, maybe we should help us. You should help us. Gold Board should tell us the companies and the firms that they are buying the gold from, whether they are doing responsible mining, the environmental impact report they have done, and all of that. Bank of Ghana should tell us the gold they've been buying to show up our reserves. What is the environmental social governance impact they have done? Are they doing responsible mining? In the same way, the Bank of Ghana is forcing ESG on banks and deposit-taking institutions to infuse ESG in their lending model. They should use the same framework in ensuring that all firms that supply gold to them, to Gold Board and the rest of them, are using the same principle and infusing that in their business model. That is where you can infer sustainability. Any growth model that causes extensive distraction to the environment, the way we are going, you should be very careful how you celebrate it.
Prof, I'm getting the sense that the appreciation we are seeing at the moment, you do not necessarily think that it's because it's reflecting economic growth and improvement, but because of the management by the Bank of Ghana. What must we do to sustain this and ensure that we actually see production within the system and stabilize the exchange rate to allow for Ghanaians to plan their lives and their businesses?
Okay, thank you very much. A dominant school of thought in economics is that you need to maintain macroeconomic stability for long as a basis for economic transformation. And economic transformation, you can look at it from two components. Structural transformation, where you shift, there's a movement in terms of from low productivity to high productivity. We can call that structural transformation baseline. And then also productivity transformation, right, along that. To have that, you need macroeconomic stability for long. So we need to guarantee that for everyone, market players. Then we can talk about transformation. I know that it will take a while because the basics of transformation, even if you look at baseline macroeconomic stability, we are struggling to have that for long. What we have seen, Kojo, since 1992 is relative macroeconomic stability in between elections, informed by fiscal discipline, maximum 2.5 years, 3 years, and then prudent monetary policy, and then there's a relapse. Then we have to start again. In fact, those disruptions, the cost of correcting them through higher taxes, levies, are becoming huge. You saw what just happened yesterday, because it's very expensive correcting economic disruptions. And we are not done yet. We are not done. So we need to then move gradually to enabling production within the local economy. So it's about a balance, and I agree with the president. We need to situate the exchange rate within a band that allows our economy to be competitive. To do so, we almost 40-45% of economic activity is movement. We don't have that.
Okay.
If you just can't say that, let me just run to Cape Coast and come back today. It's impossible. So we don't have that. In fact, we are sitting here in Accra. We have no idea that we are more or less in a prison. If something major happens in Accra, there's no escape route. You just can't say that, let me run to Volta region, run to Eastern region, or maybe to Ashanti region. We just don't have the road.
We'll go to the port and board ships and if the roads won't work.
So it is funny we are talking about transformation in the midst of these constraints.
Yeah.
So we just don't have the basics. So we have a long way to go.
Yeah.
I agree that we've seen considerable leadership. We need to back that. We should be able to also discern sustainability. Oftentimes we say that it's not good enough to know light. You must be able to also discern darkness. Along this path, let's see where the headwinds are and how do we resolve them. But overall, energy, I was willing to say I will sacrifice for the levy to go on because we need to resolve the energy sector. You can't talk about economic transformation without having reliable energy, and it must be cheap as well. And then you link that to all of them. You have seen cedi strengthening, but that is not broadening. The same cannot be said across all the macro variables. We've seen treasury bill rates come down between 15, 16, but we haven't seen the Ghana reference rate coming down significantly. Why? You know why? The central bank itself has been unwilling to reduce the policy rate. If it was their view that this strengthening of the currency is as a result of transformation in the economy, they will not keep the policy rate still at 28% or so. They will not. And almost 60% of the weight in the Ghana reference rate is attributable to the policy rate and the interbank rate. So once the policy rate is not coming down aggressively the same way that the treasury bill rate came down and the interbank rate, you will see that we are not seeing the benefit of this passing through lending rates. I heard the governor saying that in the next 4 years or so, they are looking at single-digit lending rates. Great. I think we should use the same approach in fast-tracking that to also come down. And then you link that broadly and also see whether there's increase in lending to private sector. It's not just the rate that has to come down. The maturity must also be lengthened. You can see what is happening. In Cote d'Ivoire, you could borrow at less than 8%, 10 or 15 years. Other countries are doing that. That is what we call enabling business environment. It's not just the rate coming down. The maturity must also be lengthened. Otherwise, you run into what we call maturity mismatch. There was a time in this country not long ago, the average maturity of lending was just around 12 months. That kind of lending is not suitable for manufacturing. It is only good for import. And that is what we have been doing very well. If you see the volume of lending and you look at the sectorial disaggregation, all of that is going towards import, trade, because it's easier. You can import maximum 6 months, you clear your goods, you draw down on your account. This is what we have been doing. And this is not the same as building an economy. Then again, if you see what has been expanding in the last 25 years in this country, you can trace it to, of course, mining. In the last 22 years or so, largely 22% of our economy is driven largely by gold. That has not impacted our revenue envelope that much. And that has also not created decent jobs. So you've seen the economy growing positively, but the employment response has been very weak because the growth drivers are not coming from the labor-intensive subsectors of the economy. So we have been celebrating what we call jobless growth. Going forward, the economy the president wants to build must be job-rich. We are looking for job-rich growth. Then in that case, you have to be deliberate in ensuring that the growth is driven by the labor-intensive subsectors of the economy. Where can you get that? You can get that from manufacturing, value addition. Apart from gold, which is destroying our environment, the next move will be we are not going to export our gold in the raw form. Let's take that decision now. The goodwill is there. The enabling environment is there. The uncertainty at the global level plays to our advantage. Let's also do that, which makes us unique in the market, because everybody is looking within before they look outside. That is how. So the retail and the wholesale that has expanded in the last couple of decades has not created decent jobs. Visit the malls and see whether they even have formal appointment letters. Our ladies who serve in those shops and the rest of them, find out whether they are on SNIT, they are paying taxes and all of that. Many of them don't. Apart from that, retail and wholesale is not contributing to our tax revenue. So almost 87% or so of our tax revenue is coming from less than 42% of the economy. So it means that we are not growing a taxable economy, and yet we expect that that economy to generate sufficient tax revenue. You will be burdening the faithful few.
There's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done, and Prof, thank you so much for your insights this morning. Maybe later we have to talk about the transparency of the BOG, their strategies, even the communication from the BOG, and how it gives industry the assurance to plan and prepare. But thank you so much for spending the morning with us here on the show.
Thank you, Prof. That's Professor Boateng of the University of Ghana Business School. All right, then. Now, listen, we've got lots to do this morning. We should have brought you the BBC News at 7. We apologize. Normal service resumes tomorrow. But it's always by the kind courtesy of Fidelity Bank. Believe with us. More on the Super Morning Show after these.
My body, when you wake up in the morning and you know the money calling, oh, you go work, but you know it's out on your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, oh, cause you know it's out on your side. And when you dream, no say I did for you. And when you hustle every day, when you wanna go, anything you do, I did for you. If I believe I did your side, fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I did your side, fidelity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the game of choices. Listen with rapt attention. Round 1, question 1. Elevator or stairs?
Stairs.
Now the second question. Less than 4 hours or at least 6 hours of sleep at night?
At least 6 hours of sleep.
The last question. Yomi yogurt or...
Yomi yogurt, of course.
Oh, I'm not done.
No need. That's my choice. Yomi yogurt.
Life is full of choices. Always remember that the choices we make today shape our tomorrow. Whether it's a morning start, a midday snack, or a dessert, our delicious Yomi yogurt is here to nourish you. Yummy, a nourishing choice. This advert is FDA approved.
Polytank is everywhere, durable and authentic. Stronger brand you can trust. Polytank, we get some more Rambo and get some more super. And the Polytank, we did Polytank. Papa no, Ankasa. Polytank, the original, always the best.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Say a kind, so what Neoma a free useless enterprise. Who know who the biara da? If we say, well, 500 watts solar generator, a soundproof. Now, how who enter full beer. Nasawato gensets, our 1 month chain, what the brow, essence installed the mouth free of charge. Ya won't ya capre, and Niji Sam say, so when the cania a will fear, and a simple jumamua, dear one so better solar panel, a free useless enterprise, and more someone, and a free now quadia. ehwa ne last stop o hwehwewachira kwan ewo Adrigan Bridge near 69 American House Echampo Junction Bawalashi Newtown Junction Ashalibotwe Social Welfare Madina enafe wokwa adantan so a owo Ridge Junction telephone 0203 005498 and 0248 169258.
If you have 250 Ghana cedis right now, it can do wonders for you. Chairman, Fabeji, it could turn your tears into joy in the Access Bank Fakitwa Beji Kesia promo. Madam, Fabeji, it could get you up to 50,000 Ghana cedis cash prize. Business owner, Fabeji, as a student, make transactions with your Access Bank card, and that could get you Spotify and Netflix subscriptions, PS5, iPhone 16 Pro Max, and more. This be out of class senso. Fabeji, you see what 250 Ghana cedis can do for you? And Gasakra. Fabeji, it's the Access Bank Fakitwa Beji Kesia promo. Deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis and its multiples in your new or existing account and be on your way to winning a share of the 580,000 Ghana cedis in cash prizes and other amazing rewards. The more you deposit, the more your chances of winning. Promo runs from now to September 2025. This promo is in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
Mr. Bombastic, we want is some bombastic, romantic, fantastic.
Some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy in the
Come back from Desert Storm. You know, he had been discharged from the U.S. military, looking for something to do, struggling. And then, you know, he spends some time around some musical friends in studios and decides to mess around in the booth one day. So that's not Shaggy's real voice.
Yeah.
He doesn't sound like that when he talks. He was just messing about, you know?
And he tried, but then and
wow.
some DJB, some corner played the song. I know the song, he wanted to render it in tree.
Oh. Why?
Me say, oh, you're bombastic and fantastic.
Oh dear, fake news.
Then he said,
smooth, just like a salaba. Oh boy, all
Mr.
right.
Dame, we are bombastic.
It's 7:19 on the Super Morning Show right here on Joy 99.7 FM, and today's Thursday. It's Political Thursday. You know what that means? That means that we bring together some representatives of the two big political parties, and then we get them to really break down issues on some of the most topical matters, or on our minds. And today, well, we've picked four. Right, four big ones. Certainly, we want to talk about the Doomsaw levy, as they are calling it already. We want to talk about the cedi and the trajectory of its rising strength. Let's also talk about Ken Ofori-Atta and Chairman Wontumi, two political figures who have had brushes with the law in the past week. So we'll be engaging our two guests on these important issues. But I wonder what's on your mind, what you've been thinking about over the past week or so. I've been concerned about the nurses. This strike really bothers me. I'm really worried about what will happen if I myself or someone I care about is sick and is taken to the hospital and in the OPD cannot get any nursing service, to save their lives. What will happen? I'm very concerned about that. And apparently, if they keep their escalation going, then from today, they will actually stop providing inpatient services as well. So if you have a loved one on admission, there are likely to be no nurses after today. Right. Even though the National Labour Commission says that their strike is unlawful. But I'm interested in, the discussions, the negotiations. It's all about an agreement that was made last year in March between Government of Ghana and the nurses. Several things were agreed. And the nurses say the agreement has not been stuck to. Government says, new government has come in. We've noticed that not everything that has been agreed to can readily be done. And so we want a conversation. We want to talk about it. Now, some of those provisions in there are things that the nurses believe they deserve, right? They absolutely deserve. They work hard and require these things to be done. There is one of them that is of interest. The nurses are insisting that they want their licensure fees paid by government. Now, that was in the agreement, by the way. Let's be clear. The previous government agreed to this, that they will pay the licensure fees of nurses. But I wonder what you think about it, Kojo. If, as a professional, the one thing you're supposed to do to ensure that your professional standing remains should be paid for by government, would that be?
Well, there's a lot to discuss when it comes to the nurses issue. If you look at their agreements, it goes all the way back 8-9 years ago, and consistently they've not had closure in getting it implemented.
Yeah.
So today we'll look at the agreement, we'll look at the origins of that agreement, where we've come with that agreement. And the other question is, if your family member or friend was also a nurse, based on all their challenges, what would you also want them to do?
Yeah. All right, we'll break it all down here on the Super Morning Show. We want your views on it. Use the hashtag JoySMS when you post on X. And also send through your messages to 055 1111 997.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
Indeed, welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show. If you just tuned in, and if you're a GCB Bank shareholder, there is good news for you. GCB Bank is still working hard to give you value, and GCB also wants to give you accurate information that enables you to also keep working with them. So please, they are requesting that you update your records. That's your telephone number, your email address with the bank to get regular, timely, and relevant updates on your shares. And to do this, visit any GCB Bank branch and you'll be assisted to do this. And you may also access their website, gcbbank.com.gh, or go to the shareholders portal and go through a simple process to update your records. Shareholders registered on the CSD may contact their brokers for the necessary records updates to be done. And with just a few simple steps, you can ensure a seamless experience and stay well informed about the progress of your shares. GCB, your bank for life.
Now, there's a car that aligns with your ambition. It's the Toyota Starlet from Toyota Ghana Company Limited. All right, this is the car for those who crave beauty and performance and safety. The Toyota Starlet gives you the perfect value for your money. Okay, it's a 5-seater saloon with ample legroom to minimize your driving fatigue. So rush to the nearest Toyota Ghana Company Limited and get yourself a Toyota Starlet from their showroom today. And you get 1 year or 20,000 kilometers, whichever comes first, of free service. And then an extended warranty of 5 years or 120,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. So call Toyota Ghana Company Limited today on 0302 429 801 for further information. Terms and conditions apply. Ghana drives Toyota Starlet.
And here comes the time of the year to celebrate the works and achievements of accountants, as the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana is all set to host its 2025 Annual Accountants Week celebration. It's happening in Takrady. It's from Friday 13th June to 20th June 2025. The theme is leveraging the transformative power of AI, the role of the professional accountant. It's happening at the Air Force Base in Takrady, and there'll be a lot of activities. So don't miss out on any of these insightful conversations that they'll be having and the exciting activities lined up to commemorate ICAG's 2025 Annual Accountants Week celebration. You need to visit icagh.org for more information, or you call 024 35 51788 for further information. The sponsors are Deloitte IT Consortium, KPMG, Built Africa, Caseware, PwC, Aspire Institute, ADB Bank, Nafas, RN Ventures, EYGRA, Zenith Bank, Star Life, John K & Co, and AICPA SIMA. The media partner is Multimedia Group, ICAG Integrity.
Now, have you heard about the incredible benefits of Excellium from Total Energies? Listen, let me tell you about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power. Total Energies introduces Excellium new formula, the additive enriched fuel with its powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Excellium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. You will drive, sir. Experience the difference with Total Energies Excellium new formula. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
And good morning to all the beautiful customers of Omni Basic Bank Ghana. They are also asking you to visit any of their branches. You know, they are updating your account information, and they need you to proceed to any of their branches or their website, omnibasic.com.gh, to update your account records with your Ghana card. What they want to do is to offer you services that will make your business and your personal lives beautiful. So please update your details with them so that they can continuously serve you better. Call them on 030-708-6000 or 0800-100-790. Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank.
Not at all. All right, now listen. M&C Properties home ownership partner is exactly what you need in your life. They give you an affordable housing option with fresh property management services, and of course sale of litigation-free land. And you can take advantage of their premium listing website to advertise, rent, or sell your property. Your smooth journey to home ownership starts here. You can speak to them on 0302 551 917. M&C Properties, choice of class.
And there is good news for enterprise group customers. You know, enterprises, your advantage, and you've put them in a place where they keep winning all the awards because you are working with them and they're also working for you. Now, at the 9th Ghana CEO Excellence Awards, Enterprise Group made history. The Group CEO, Daniel Labitieku, was honored Best Group CEO Insurance Sector. Jacqueline Benyi of Enterprise Life, Akusia Ansa Entry of Enterprise Insurance, and Joseph Ampofo of Enterprise Trustees were each named CEO of the Year in their respective sectors, so life, general insurance, and pensions. Now, these recognitions reflect more than leadership. They reflect your trust, loyalty, and partnerships you've built with Enterprise. And Enterprise says that as they look ahead, they remain committed to delivering greater value and innovation solutions to help you. Thank you for trusting Enterprise. Enterprise, your advantage.
You know, yesterday there was a story about Arucha leading the arrest of a young man who was, selling turtles. As soon as I saw it, I was like, hey, syntax? Oh, but no, it was turtles, not tortoises. Tortoises are still strong.
And they are protected.
That's right.
Turtles, tortoises, pangolins. People just, steal them from their homes and eat them. Munjaisa.
Well, let the protected species protect your water. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. It's strong, it's durable, it's built to handle the Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So go out, check your tank, If it doesn't have the tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex Tank family today and enjoy water storage that is tough like the tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now. And you can also talk to one of their 400 agents across the country. Or why don't you just shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
Yasaya tiso. Yes, this is SG Ghana. I wanted to say who? Their low interest loans are back, yes. And if you're a salaried worker, whether you're on controller and accountant general's department payroll, you work with an SG Ghana listed institution, or you already bank with SG Ghana, this is your time. From now to the end of September 2025, you can apply and receive a loan from SG Ghana for your personal or business needs and enjoy unbelievably low interest rates during the Yasaya Tisu loan promo. Join thousands of Ghanaians transforming their lives with the money they need at the rates they love. Kojo, the money you need at the rates you love. That one there.
I like the
combo. Yes. So visit any SG Ghana branch near you or call 0302-214-314 for more details about the Yasaya Tisu loans promo today. Terms and conditions apply. SG Ghana, the future is you.
The future is you. All right. Well, listen, at kingdomstoreonline.com, they certainly think about your future. So come and pick up the best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery from Kingdom Books. They are all at great prices that you can pay via Momo across all networks. And then they'll deliver to your home or office in really good time. You get another bargain if you live in Accra or Tema because you get free delivery. Nobody hates free delivery. Terms and conditions apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And there's 500,000 Ghana cedis in cash that you can win a share of in the Access Bank Faketwa Beji Kesia promo. You just need to simply deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis in your new or existing Access Bank current or savings account to join the promo. Increase it to 500 cedis or more and qualify for a draw. And if you're a youth customer with a solo account, spend 500 Ghana cedis or more with any Access Visa card and qualify for a reward. You can win a share of the 500,000 cedis in cash. You can also win rewards like PS5s, iPhones, Chromebooks, and so much more. And they have 4 monthly mini draws and 2 mega draws for you. And the promo is running from now till September 2025, so there's enough time for you. It's in partnership with the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the Faketwa Beji Kesia train. Save now for the future and win big. Visit the website ghana.accessbankplc.com or call toll free 0800 004400. Access Bank, more than banking.
Well, it's more than just the Super Morning Show. It's the award-winning Super Morning Show, and we've got Political Thursday coming up, birthdays and all. Stay with us. It's after these.
The other day, I visited Kweku at his spunky new office to congratulate him on opening his business. And man, was I impressed. The business is just moving quick. The sales, customers, everything is just working seamlessly. The secret? He said,
it's MTN Business Broadband. In this fast-paced environment, we need fast and reliable internet to support all business types. No laggy online meetings, great download and upload speeds, impeccable business management systems, all inclusive. I mean, you can have it all.
Shout! I signed on immediately.
To enable your business stay ahead and stay connected, make sure you're signed on to the best internet made just for businesses. MTN Business Broadband. Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh and manage your account on my MTN app. Call 0244-308-111 for more information. We are good together everywhere you go.
Ever wondered what else your Standard Chartered Visa card can do? It is not just for taking money from ATMs. Your Standard Chartered Visa card is the enjoyment card. Use it to shop at malls and supermarkets and for all your online transactions. Book and pay for that overdue vacation online and win fantastic rewards like airtime, Melcom gift vouchers, and a weekend stay at a plush hotel and many more. It is the enjoyment card. So next time you're about to make any payment, let your Standard Chartered Visa card lead the way, not cash. It is your gateway to secure, convenient, and rewarding payments. Visit the 360 Rewards website for more information. Standard Chartered, here for good.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
All right. Today, the special, quick. Birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach, Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner. We're going to do 2 quick ones and then we'll move on, right? Yes. Of course, today is the birthday of Emma Morrison. Mm-hmm. Yes, national treasure, Emma Morrison. Is a year older today. Emma, I think, was in secondary school with my big sister, which makes her about quite a veteran. We'll leave it there. And also happy birthday to one of my closest friends, Godfred Dame, former Attorney General. Today he turns 46.
Okay.
Yes. Godfred is exactly 6 years older than me. 6 days older than me. Okay. 6 days older than me. Yeah, and I mean we've known each other since we were about 10 years old. He was in Form 1 in Adisco, I was in Ogasco, and we were the youngest kids in our year groups, and so we've always known each other. Anyway, happy birthday to Godfred Dame and Emma Morrison, and then that's man who's
Mr. Same,
the bald man who's walking around and causing havoc. Yeah. All right. Well, more birthdays will come later, so don't you worry at all. Right now, though, it's time for the Joy Sports Center, brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go, Standard Chartered Bank. Here for good, as well as FPAC blows your pain away, and DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Every Thursday MTN gives you 25% bonus on your first data bundle purchase of the day. So hey, just dial *138# and buy your Thursday bonus, your Thursday bundle, and get your 25% bonus. And they're also giving you a free extra movie ticket if you pay with Momo at Silverbird Cinemas in Accra and the West Hills Malls and the Garden City. You go to the Golden Cinemas in the Kumasi Mall. You also get a free ticket if you pay with Momo. So set your reminders, bundle on my MTN or *138# and make the best of your 25% first data bundle discount. And visit the cinemas, de-stress, use some Momo, and get a free extra ticket to enjoy your Thursday.
Fentweezy!
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, my friend?
Mid-year pan.
There's a lot to go through, but let me tell you about this exciting thing. Talking about the Standard Chartered Bank. Listen to this. She was born to innovate, lead, inspire, change. She's an entrepreneur. She's Ghanaian, and her community is waiting for her next big move. That's why Standard Chartered's Future Makers Women in Tech program exists to give women entrepreneurs the platform to spark bold ideas, build thriving businesses, and drive real impact where it matters most. This year, we're going even further, making a deliberate push to include women entrepreneurs living with disabilities. Through this empowering initiative, participants will gain 1, a dedicated portfolio manager to help shape their business growth journey. 2, access to seed funding of up to $10,000 or the Ghana cedi equivalent of it. 3, tailored masterclasses and invaluable mentorship opportunities. And 4, vibrant alumni network of entrepreneurs across Africa and the Middle East. So are you ready to innovate, lead, and inspire? We are looking for women-led or own businesses using technology to transform industries and empower communities. You can visit at www.scwomenintechgh.com to apply now and take your business to the next level. Standard Chartered, here for good. Good morning to all of you. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Fentu, Tahiru Fentu. We will get into the stories now. First up,
Nuno Mendes for Cristiano Ronaldo. They keep writing him off. They keep saying he's too old. Cristiano Ronaldo keeps scoring the goals.
yeah, unbelievable. 137 international goals now for Cristiano Ronaldo. He powered Portugal to a first win over Germany in 25 years. It was victory that sent them to the Nations League final. Also coming up,
it'll be a 51st major semi-final on Friday for Novak Djokovic.
yeah, another athlete defying the age, Novak Djokovic. He beat Alexander Zverev to advance to the French Open semi-finals and is chasing a record 25th Grand Slam title. But first, the communications director of the Ghana Boxing Authority, Mohammed Amin Lamte, has raised concerns over the credibility of the reports submitted by the committee set up by the Sports and Recreation Minister to investigate the death of Nigerian boxer Gabriel Olorawanju. Olorawanju, a former West African champion, collapsed during a bout at the Bukom Boxing Arena in Accra on March 29 and was later pronounced dead at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The committee's report, submitted last month, revealed that the GBA sanctioned the fight despite the absence of a valid contract between the Nigerian boxer and the promoter, among other major structural flaws at the GBA. However, Amin Lamte is now questioning the impartiality of the committee members.
Me, I'm the ring announcer. I'm the communication director of Ghana Boxing Authority. Nobody invited me to the committee. You don't mean it. You are asking me, I don't mean it. I'm telling you, I was not invited. And the committee should not invite me. I am the ring announcer. Yeah. I am closer to the scene more than anybody. Of course. We have video, no shot. I was the one going on radio and TV explaining what I saw. I'm a Muslim. I can't lie. I'm a Muslim. I've been in boxing for years. Not only in Ghana, even outside Ghana. Do you know the individuals? Do you know the individuals who were invited? Moses Famweni. He has a bone to pick with the GBA. But was he there on the night? He was not there. Remember, Moses Famweni. And then number two, you have Kaloko, a trainer, a GBA board member. He was not at the boxing or no. And then Roger Bano, he is not at the scene. Wambaho. And then you have Yofi Boham. Obi a audit GBA called Yoko. Onokrapo Nihon Fano Ofie. He was invited. Your friend. You understand what I'm saying? There are a lot of individuals who were invited who were not close to the scene.
I mean, Lamte in that interview with Kobe Stone on Asampa FM last night. Let's do athletics now, where the president of Ghana Athletics, Powerful Senior, has revealed that the association is planning to organize a national championships in the coming months. According to him, the event aims to ensure that Ghana's athletes are well prepared for the upcoming World Athletics Championships in Tokyo this September.
I know the ministry will do something, but on our own as a federation, we are also planning to have a national championship where we will bring Nigeria and world to come and participate. We will also organize. Nigeria is also preparing to accommodate Ghana national team in their national championship. So within August, we are going to have 3 international competitions before September, and before August, these athletes have to move to Europe for the European circuit.
That's powerful saying there. Ghana's 4x100 meter relay men's team has already qualified for the competition. Benjamin Asamati is also true, and the new 100 meter national record holder Abdul Rashid Saminu has also booked his place in the September championships. Now back to football. Former Ghana Football Association President Kojo Yankson has disclosed that the incarceration of Alhaji Inusa, the founding chairman of WA All Stars, inspired him to launch the prison's football project. Yankson made the revelation during the project's launch on Tuesday at the Insawam medium security prison. The initiative is aimed at using football as a rehabilitation tool within Ghana's correctional system.
I would never have thought about prison until 2 weeks ago when I came here to visit my brother from WA, Alhaji Inusa. When I formed WA All Stars, he was the chairman. He was the first chairman of the club for about 5 years. Then one day he went to his land in WA. They said that some people were going to take the land and sell it. He went there with a pump action gun, and then they threatened to beat him. They were more than, I think they were in excess of 10 people. So he decided to issue a warning shot. And the mistake he made was that instead of issuing the warning shot into the air, he shot on the ground, and the bullet ricocheted and then hit people 100 meters away, 2 innocent people. They were not connected with the dispute, and they died. That's what sent him to jail. So it could happen to anybody. Because of that, my
very emotional. Kojo Yankson speaking at the Insawam prison there on Tuesday. Now, Arsenal, they have confirmed that negotiations are underway with Ghana international Thomas Partey over a contract extension. The 31-year-old's current deal expires on June 30. Partey featured in 52 matches across all competitions during the just concluded season, 12 more than his previous highest tally for the club. The Gunners have also confirmed that Raheem Sterling, Kieran Tierney, Neto and Jorginho have all left the club. Now, Chelsea, they have bolstered their forward line with the signing of 22-year-old striker Liam Delap from Ipswich Town. Delap has signed a contract with the West London club until the end of the 2030-2031 season, which is a 6-year contract. If the name sounds familiar, that's because he's the son of the former Stoke City midfielder Rory Delap. Now, Cristiano Ronaldo scored the winner as Portugal fought back to beat Germany 2-1 on Wednesday, with the 40-year-old bagging his 137th international goal to send them into the Nations League final. It was Portugal's first win over Germany since the year 2000, with Ronaldo's goal earning them a spot in their second Nations League final after they won the inaugural edition in 2019. Here's the Portugal coach, Roberto Martinez.
Probably today I've seen 3 of the best saves in a football game, 2 from Ter Stegen, 1 from Diego Costa, saves of the highest level. But I would say what changed is that we were able to carry on improving with substitutions, and I think that's very football. As you know, to get those tactical concepts, to get the partnership, I think that shows the focus of the players that they've been doing over the last 2.5 years. I thought tactically we had to be at our best. We took risks. We were able to use the width or defend the width of this German side. Then on the counter-attack, we were really clever.
That's Roberto Martinez, the Portugal coach. They will face either Spain or France in the final. Those two play each other later tonight to decide who goes through to the final. In tennis, Novak Djokovic continued his quest for a standalone record 25th Grand Slam title by swatting aside third seed Alexander Zverev to reach the French Open semi-finals. The 38-year-old seed won 4-6, 6-3, 6-2, 6-4 to set up a meeting with world number 1 Jannik Sinner on Friday. Djokovic said he was made to work for the win.
It had to be done. I mean, I was obviously tense, to finish off the match, and it was an amazing match. Obviously, beating one of the best players in the world on the biggest stage is something that I definitely work for, and I still push myself on a daily basis at this age to keep going because of these kind of matches, because of this kind of experiences, and it's a proof and kind of testament to myself that I can, and to others that I can still play on the highest level.
That's Novak Djokovic there. Today's the women's semi-finals. Aryna Sabalenka will take on Iga Swiatek, and Lois Boisson will take on the American Coco Gauff to decide who makes the French Open final. That's all the sports this morning on the Joy Sports Center. My name is Fentio Tahiru Fentio. Back to you, Kojo Akoto Boateng Joseph.
Thank you so much, Fentio. We'll go straight into Food for Thoughts. Is brought to you by Riverman Productions. Be the difference. And Uncle White is with me. Good morning, Uncle.
What you are saying?
Nyamia domne on pai bonti me hoye pa Uncle Ibo. Now,
oh, I'm happy to hear that, and I'm happy that the Batakari revolution is still going on.
Yes. One of the ways we can stabilize the cedi is to buy more local products. And for me, I'm wearing Batakari in ensuring that we stabilize the cedi.
Okay. Thank you,
Uncle Ibo. How are you doing?
You see that Kojo has just punched you.
You don't worry. I've heard everything. Tomorrow is Salah Day, Uncle Ebu. So it's worth reminding Kojo that tomorrow's Salah is not the big one. Tomorrow's one we don't share meat. The meat one is the next one.
Fentio has never been consistent with Salah and what is to be shared and what is not to be shared.
The next one is the meat one, so don't worry.
You are misrepresenting the Association of Butchers.
Anyway, Uncle, today is Odami's birthday. Oh.
Today is what?
Sammy Odami's birthday, Batakari King.
Oh, Sammy, happy birthday. Sammy, lunch is on me. And may this be your best year yet. I always cherish my relationship with you. You are one of the young people who give me hope about the future of Ghana. So, Sammy, all the best for today, and may your cup overflow today.
And as you think about lunch for Sammy, remember that he has friends and colleagues at the office, Uncle.
Yes, I do. And they will not be forgotten, especially this handsome one sitting in front of you.
Uncle Ebo, that someone's birthday is next week Wednesday, but that someone will not be here, so do something before,
Oh, don't worry about that. Take that one as given. Yeah. Oh, but you see, according to your namesake's principle, what you are wearing is not going to bring the cedi down.
Oh, this one, there is local value addition to the thing he's wearing, Uncle. So he's helping. Okay. He's not like Fentio.
Well, the two Kojos, good morning and have a fantastic weekend. And let me remind our listeners that my next play is Love on the Ropes. And it opens at the National Theatre on the 27th of this month. Now, we have what we call the early bird ticket, which is going for $250 instead of $300. And that runs till the 22nd of June. Initially, we offered it till the 15th, but we extended it by 1 week. So 22nd of June. Let me see you. Kojo Batakari, have you watched any of my plays?
Yes, my first experience with your productions was at the KNUST CCB years ago. Years ago. And I've been to the National Theatre.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
I've also been to the National Theatre to see some of your productions. Last year I was there. This year I've not been able to see any, but this one I'll come. I'll tie the rope to my love to you and come.
We have given up on him.
Oh, Uncle Ebo, I know you don't mean me, me there. No, me there. The minute you give up on me, that's when I show up.
All right. This morning, I really want to ask our dear cherished listeners, how are you? I know that our usual answer to that question is, oh, I am fine. Or if you belong to the charismatic community, you may answer, I am blessed. But this morning, that simple answer will not do. I want you to pause and think carefully about the question before you answer it. And to help you answer the question fully and truthfully, I'm going to break the question down for you. How are you? Are you alive or just existing? Do you bounce out of bed every morning excited and eager to go, or do you have to drag yourself out of bed? Has your life become routine and mundane? Are you stuck in a rut? You know, you wake up, reach for your phone, check social media, rush to work, spend 8 to 5 p.m. pretending to be working, but wishing you were doing something else, leave the office at 5 p.m. and struggle through traffic to get home, find something to eat, watch a bit of TV or check what is trending on social media, then fall asleep and wake up and run the same routine day after day after day. If your life is in a rut, you cannot answer, I am fine, to the question, how are you? Are you drifting or sailing? To the casual observer, there is no difference between a boat or a ship that is drifting and one that is sailing. Only the captain of the ship or the sailor in the boat knows if he is drifting or sailing. In the same way, only you can tell if you are drifting or sailing in life. A ship that is drifting does not have any specific destination in mind. The captain or the sailor may wish he can find himself in a good place, but he can end up anywhere because he's just drifting. Drifting is easy. It's easy. You are not challenged by anything. Life takes whatever course it chooses to, and you just go with the flow. Yes, it is easy to drift, but there is no fulfillment in drifting. And it always ends in disappointment, in dissatisfaction, or even in disaster. Sailing is different. When you are sailing, you have a specific destination in mind and you set your course and try to stay on course. And when you go off course, you fight to get back on course. It takes effort, it takes focus, and it takes discipline. You may find yourself struggling with the wind and the waves, but eventually you'll get to your destination. Sailing is purposeful and intentional. And although sailing, depending on the weather, could be difficult, sailing is the only way to find fulfillment, growth, and success. So once again, I ask you this morning, how are you? Are you in a good place emotionally and mentally? Are you harboring resentment and bitterness? Are you depressed or feeling buoyant? What is on your mind right now? Is this something that drains you of energy and of joy, or is this something that brings a smile to your face? Are you living in fear, or are you keeping hope alive? Are you filled with regret and shame for something in your past, or have you forgiven yourself and others and are moving forward with a determination to do better? What are you feeding your mind? Is this something that pollutes your soul, or is it something that inspires you to be your best self? Still, on your emotions and on your mind, are you filled with gratitude? When was the last time you were glad that you were alive and expressed gratitude for your life, for your circumstances, and for the people in your life? Or are you filled with discontent and frustration? How are you physically? In what shape are you? When was the last time you checked your BP, and what was the number? How much sleep are you getting? What is your diet like? Are your meals keeping you healthy, or are your meals sabotaging your health? How are you socially? Are you relating better with people? Are you getting on with others? Are you a good friend? And do you have good friends? Are you respected and cherished? And do you respect and cherish others? How's your network? Are you surrounded by people who are wiser than you, or are you the wisest person in your circles? How is your love life? Are you in a relationship? And if you are, how is it going? Is your love life chaotic or stable? Is it drama or is it peaceful? Is it in a safe place or is it complicated? Has it become toxic? And if it has, why are you still in it? Does your love life make you come alive and fill you with joy, or does it fill you with anger, bitterness, and even confusion? How are you spiritually? How is your relationship with God? Do you even have a relationship with God, or is your world too small for God to fit in? Do you do unto others as you would want them to do unto you? Do you live your life with a determination not to do evil to anyone, not to be false to anyone, but to do right to those you deal with? How efficient and effective are you in your work, and how well do you serve others? In case you are not aware, that is a test of how you are doing spiritually. So let me go back to the question I started with this morning. How are you, my friend? How are you, my nephew? How are you, my niece? Now, please go ahead and answer the question. And if possible, write your answer down. And every week, make time to answer this question as fully as I have outlined. If you do this, you'll find a drastic change in your life by the end of this year. And then you can say with all certainty to the question, how are you? With, I am very well. Thank you. And Kojo, that is my presentation this morning.
So, Uncle, how are you?
Oh, I am doing great in every area of my life, and God has been merciful to me. And how about you?
I'm stressed. I need 2 extra hours of sleep every night. I could do with maybe some extra money in my bank account and some help. Managing almost everything I'm managing.
Well, Kojo, when you get money, remember to give us a museum in Ghana.
Okay, Uncle. Thank you so much for this message. How are you? I'll reflect on it. And next week, I'll give you a better answer. Thank you, and enjoy your day, Uncle Ibo.
All right.
That was Uncle Ibo White with Food for Thought, brought to you by Riverman Productions. Remember that Love on the Rope shows at the National Theatre on the 27th, 28th, and 29th of June, and 6th, 7th, and 8th of July. And you can buy your tickets by dialing *365*535#. The tickets are going for 250 Ghana cedis for the early bird. If you don't buy them now, it will revert to the 300 cedis regular ticket after the promotion. You can also call 050-554-6010 for more information. And it's brought to you by Koba, Gino Jollof Mix, Tilly's Tea, Communication Partners, M-Notify, and Logistics Movers. Riverman Productions, be the difference. Now, Business Minute is brought to you by Consolidated Bank, CBG, we stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. Oil marketing companies are warning that consumers will pay more than the 1 cedi per litre for fuel when the new energy sector levy is implemented. This is due to other cost components that will be applied by OMCs as a result of the levy. Meanwhile, the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies is warning the average prices of petroleum products at the pumps would rise above 13 cedis a litre from the current 11 cedis. The business community has welcomed the significant drop in inflation for the month of May to 18.4%, saying the trend signals a potential decrease in the policy rate. And a lawyer for 16 families of victims of a fatal Boeing 737 MAX crash has told the BBC that a deal between the aviation giant and the US Justice Department is morally repugnant. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator expert.
That was the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed and CBG. If you're an individual trader looking to expand your business, talk to CBG and get the solo loan. It's your perfect financial boost. You can access a loan of up to 200,000 Ghana cedis with no collateral required and repayment conveniently within 12 months. The solo loan is designed to support your daily operations and ensure the uninterrupted cash flow for your business. So go to CBG, sign up for the solo loan, and take your business to the next level. And you will experience a quick and easy process when you apply, and no collateral is required. Call them on 0302-216-000 or visit any CBG branch nationwide. You can also follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and X, or email them, talk to us at cbg.com.gh. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. Anointed is offering you the best generators in this country. They are giving you sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at very competitive prices. They are giving you 5-year warranties as well, 24-hour emergency services, sale of proper spare parts, reliable rental services, professional advice. And if you want to rent or buy tower lights, you should talk to them as well. Visit their latest branch at Pokuase White House, opposite the Eco Block, or the head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic lights. They also have 21 branches nationwide. So talk to them today. 0243 480334 054 010943. Talk to Anointed, get trained, and also get to play in the world of generators and electricals. Anointed are the generator experts. Honorable Seth Emmanuel Tekpe was the finance minister in Ghana between 2013 and 2017. He managed Ghana's economy during a period when the cedi lost significant value against the US dollar. But he also put in place strategies to help the economy bounce back. One of the things he worked actively on was the ESLA Act. He was a man who emphasized the importance of fiscal discipline, reducing expenditure and managing debt to stabilize the economy and exchange rates. Currently, he's a presidential advisor on the economy under President Mahama. He's joining us this morning to discuss the economy, exchange rates, the new ESLA levy. Does he support this? What thinking went into this? As presidential advisor, what advice did he give to the president? You know, one of the things that Mr. Tekpe spoke about when he worked on the ESLA levy, for example, they were introduced to clear debt of state-owned energy companies like VRA, ECG, and the others. And back then, I remember he described them as temporary measures necessary for structural correction and debt clearance. It's been over 10 years. The levies are still with us. We've added on. What does he say? What are his thoughts on resetting the economy? We'll be talking to him this morning. If you have any questions for Mr. Seth Emmanuel Tekpe, 055-1111-997, we'll be happy to read them here on the Super Morning Show. Al-Hassan Tampoli, Honorable, is also a lawyer, energy expert, former NPA boss, Deputy Minister of Transport, and he's currently an MP. He headed the MPA, so the institution that ensures that you get fuel to buy and regulates that particular space. Now there's a new levy added to fuel prices. Does he agree? Obviously not, because the minority staged the walkout. But what does he think we should do to fix the energy sector crisis? He's also been very vocal on the Wound to Me matters. Now Wound to Me has to meet and he's home. He's been granted bail. Is he satisfied? Could we have done it better? What are his thoughts? And the exchange rates. In fact, one of the institutions that gets hit when the exchange rates, when there is depreciation or uncertainty, is the NPA, because every now and again, because of deregulation, there will be new fuel price announcements. What does he think? What does he think is the optimal range for the exchange rate? We'll be talking to him as well here on the show, on the Super Morning Show this morning. And in all this, we are doing it with you. I'd love to read your message here on the show. Kojo would love to read your message as well. And your social media messages and messages are brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief. And EcoBank is giving you that emergency number, the money emergency number. It's *770#. It's the EcoBank money emergency number. It gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payments, airtime and data purchases, and so much more. You don't need internet for this. Just dial *770#. No need to panic in any money emergency. EcoBank will always come to your rescue. So dial *770# now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank is the Pan-African Bank. We'll take some messages. When we come back, we'll read your messages. We'll bring you a lot more here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Stay with us.
EcoBank Mobile to make me say, EcoBank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even chest tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple.
Wale Jenabu. Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Can promise.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me.
Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat? I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Auntie T, I beg, fix me go betete Ghana. No gari, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, bruh, that be dangerous combination, no?
Problem no day. I feel handle am.
For Telecel, we the Bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you the want town. That *530# then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
On the go, night to day. PBL up is the easiest way. Bank secure, bank with ease. Right at your fingertips, bank is a breeze. BBL app making banking so clear. Anytime, anywhere we're here. Safe, secure, banking for you. BBL app, simple and true.
Welcome to the future of banking. The Prudential Bank mobile app. Bank secure anytime, right from your phone. Access your accounts 24/7. Perform instant transactions. Pay bills. Link mobile money wallets. Scan and pay with GHQR. Manage your cards. Make seamless GIP interbank transfers. All with ease. No more banking hours. Take control and app your banking. Experience simple, secure and convenient banking. Download the PBL mobile app now. PBL mobile app. App your banking.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Back when I had a little, I thought that I needed a lot. A little was overrated, but a lot was a little too complicated. See, 0 didn't satisfy me, a million didn't make me happy. That's when I learned the lesson, that it's all about your perceptions. Hey, are you a popper or a superstar? So you act so.
But about the size of the face in your heart, there is hope. It doesn't cost a thing to smile. You don't have to pay to laugh. Thank God for that. So how are you?
You don't have to pay to laugh. You better thank God for that.
Music from India. Retitle of the song is There Is Hope. You are still live on the Super Morning Show. It's 8:14. My name is Kojo Akoto Boateng. I'm here with Kojo Yankson.
Accomplish anything.
And this morning we are talking to Honorable Alhassan Tampuli, MP, former NPA boss, former Deputy Minister of Transport. He's joining us to discuss the big stories. The Honorable Seth Emmanuel Tekwe is also joining us. He's currently a presidential advisor, former finance minister. I remember him for the term sinking fund, homegrown policies. He also joins us this morning to talk about the economy, to talk about how we can build Ghana. And importantly, I want to know where he stands on some of the economic issues we are dealing with. Let's go. Your big stories are brought to you by Telecel, connecting energies. Prudential Bank, truly dependable. And you know, if you want to send money, send the keke on the Telecel Cash platform. It's your secure and convenient cash platform, and it's still offering you the lowest charges ever. Even better, sending money from Telecel Cash to Telecel Cash is still free on the Telecel Play app. So George Kwe Abuaje, send me Sika Keke on Telecel. Uncle Ebo send Odami Sika Keke on Telecel app for his birthday. If you are paying school fees, you are sending cash to your favorite people, just send it Keke. Remember, you can make payment to all other networks anywhere cash transfer is accepted as a means of payment. Dial *110# or download the Telecel Play app today. Now send the Keke.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Sarkodie and Kwesi Arthur. We are not going to Coachella yet, but we'll be celebrating Eid tomorrow. And let me tell you about seamless banking. That is what Prudential Bank Limited is offering you with their mobile bank app. Yes, you can perform instant transactions, you can link your mobile money wallet, you can scan your GHQR to pay wherever you go, you can manage your cards, transfer money between banks, and do so much more with the Prudential Bank mobile app. No more banking hours. Experience simple, secure, and convenient banking wherever you are. 24/7 with Prudential. Download the PBL mobile app now from Apple App Store, the Google Play Store, or the Huawei App Gallery. Visit Prudential Bank website or their social media platforms for more. Prudential Bank, truly dependable. Kojo Boateng and Nana Kojo, as we talk about the energy sector, when are we adding nuclear to our power mix? When are we adding nuclear to our power mix? This is a big question that the Nuclear Regulatory Authority and the government should have answers to. NS says that the true value of the cedi is when the value of your minimum wage goes well above the extreme poverty benchmark of $1.97. So you either increase the minimum wage or you bring the dollar down to an appreciable level for the ordinary Ghanaian. We must survive first before we export. So NS there, he's against the exporters, saying that, Charlie, we need to work on the exchange rate to favor them. He says we must survive before we export. And he goes on to say that there are more Ghanaians who just want to survive than export. So, Mr. President, don't export our livelihood. What do you also think? 055-1111-997. Seth Tepe will join us this morning, as well as Honorable Alhassan Tampuli. Stay with us. There's a lot more coming on the Super Morning Show.
Are you tired of rising fuel costs and frequent service and maintenance draining your budget? Are you a transport business thinking of the best eco-friendly and cost-saving option for a car? Then switch to the Seizure Nano 3 electric vehicle. The Seizure Nano 3 EV is proudly marketed and distributed in Ghana by Anointed Engineering Services Limited. The sleek Seizure Nano 3 electric vehicle, with its advanced technology and high performance, emits zero emissions because it does not run on fossil fuels. No need to worry about a charging station because you can charge your Seizure at home directly by plugging into the socket. The Seizure Nano 3 electric vehicle offers unmatched comfort, interior design, fast charging, long-lasting battery, and a portable digital ultra-silent genset for backup charging no matter your power situation anywhere. Visit our brand new and ultra-modern showrooms in Accra and Kumasi. In Kumasi, Asukwa, in front of the TAT yard on the Ak Mayanka Road. Call our hotlines on 0544 340589 and 0243 480 334. Anointed also stocks genuine spare parts and delivers after-sales services 24/7 for our Seizure Nano 3 EVs. The Seizure Nano 3 electric vehicle. Experience a legacy of luxury modernized. Seizure EV. Go electric.
Hello, Ghana. It's a new year and Bills Microcredit is here to support your dreams. If you're not working but want to start a business, don't let money stop you. With just your Ghana card, you can get a loan to turn your ideas into reality. Already running a business? Need more capital? Or are you a salary worker looking for extra funds? Bills offers fast and easy loans with no collateral, no deposit, and no SUSI savings required. Wherever you are, whatever you need, Bills makes it happen. Call Bills Microcredit today. Call 0596 920 833 or 0302 200 390 and get started. Bills is licensed and regulated by the Bank of Ghana. Bills, financing your needs. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you know that NIT is back in Ghana? Yes, you heard it right. NIT is back in Ghana, and Jackson Institute of Technology is the official partner. It's bigger, it's better, and it's here to revolutionize IT education in Ghana. Get ready for world-class training and unmatched opportunities powered by Jackson Institute of Technology. Jackson Institute of Technology is shaping futures with hands-on IT training for youth, students, and professionals. Courses include cybersecurity, Python programming, data analytics, networking and hardware essentials, and Microsoft Office Suite. We offer flexible schedules, affordable payment plans, and expert trainers with globally recognized certifications. Scholarships are available for women and girls. Sign up early to grab yours. You can locate us in Accra at Abna Atia Towers, Ring Road Central, or you can call us to enroll on 059 699 6037 or 059 699 6042. Take the first step towards your dream career with Jackson Institute of Technology, where your tech future begins.
Let me introduce you to the Honeymoon Hotel.
Aula, please. You can't just change your mind anytime it suits you.
Wow, I can't believe you're doing this on a honeymoon night.
I am going to sleep in the lobby.
I'm coming with you.
Don't follow me.
I'm coming with you.
Woman, it's Monaca. Don't.
Me, don't. You two don't, I'll come.
Adapted and directed by Shirley Frimpong Manso. Honeymoon Hotel. Starring Jocelyn Dumas, James Gardiner, Amake Ababrese, Amanda Gisi, Andrew Tando Adate, David Donto, and more. Live on stage on June 20th, 21st, and 22nd, 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each day at the National Theatre. Tickets are available now at 200 Ghana cedis regular, 350 Ghana cedis VIP. Dial *713 *33 *10#. For more information, call 0545 246 478. Sponsored by African Regent Hotel, Caveman Watches, Oyarifa Mall, McPhillips Food, and AE Cinemax.
The Honeymoon Hotel, where love lasts. Powered by Africa Arts Network.
Say donut, 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 donut. Hey, donut, 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 donut. Donut, donut. Then come cut up donut. Donut, donut. Malaria syrup donut.
Everybody follow not sa malaria. A 3D till no not now. Oh, malaria chill. Oh, popo. What do you need? I want you. No, not. A dabako. No, not. A damienu. No, not. A damiensa. No, not. Malaria syrup donut. No. Lonat scatter malaria. Lonat ide scatter malaria.
A quality product from Blaze GVS Pharma. Yenhwehwemu hu se malaria wo womojam ansa na wanum Lonat. Na nam yensearch na malaria no daso wo ho a kohu doctor.
This advert is FDA approved.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kojo Akoto toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kojo Akoto toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kojo Akoto toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kojo Akoto toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. It's 8:25. We are still live on the Super Morning Show. My name is Kojo Akoto Boateng. I'm here with
Kojo Yankson. But if you are confused by the Kojo, I don't mind if you call me Nana. It's 8:25, and we've been promising you a big and important conversation about the topical issues. We've got two guests from the two major political parties to give us their perspectives and help us really form our own understanding of these issues. And I'm so excited that these two in particular have joined us today. They are both friends of the show. Let's say good morning to Seth Emmanuel Tekpe. You can't forget the Emmanuel. Yes. Mr. Seth Tekpe, of course, is presidential advisor on the economy. He's a former minister of finance. Mr. Tekpe, always a pleasure to see you. Good morning.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has. Yes, welcome back.
But it's always good to come here to see you.
Thank you. And the member of parliament for Gushegu and the deputy ranking member on the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament, or in fact, let me say it properly, the honourable member of parliament for Gushegu, Mr. Hassan Tafuni, is in the studio with us. Good morning to you, sir.
A very good morning, Kojo and Kojo.
Indeed.
How nice to see you guys.
Yeah, it's great to have you.
Yeah. Indeed.
I've been to both of your constituencies consistently this year. And it's good to have you here. Maybe post this conversation, you'll think about how to visit your constituencies and farm. In Honorable Tekpe's constituency, it is mango. In Gushegu, there are a lot of other things too.
I do maize.
And I have some mango farms.
You have mango farms?
Yeah, some maize farm.
Hey, Honorable.
I come from a farming background. So
I do soya beans, maize, and rice.
Wow.
You see,
but he's been to my rice.
I've been to his farm.
Yeah, he's been to my farm.
Yes, and I've been to Honorable Tekpe's farms.
I'm surrounded by farmers. Yes. Kojo, that's why they call you DJ Agri.
That is the future. Farming is the now and is the future.
It is indeed.
Yeah. And one day I went to my grandfather's farm in the Western region.
Wow.
The Galamsey devastation.
Oh goodness. It's a problem.
And I didn't even know about it.
Well, clearly we have a lot to talk about, and we're going to get into that in just a moment with our two guests. But first, let me remind you that it's back. It's better, bolder, and bigger. I'm talking about the Emmy Africa Expo. Okay, they're back, and this is your official invitation to be part of the second edition of the Emmy Africa Expo. It's happening on the 19th of June until the 22nd at the Accra International Conference Center, and after blockbuster debut with over 10,000 plus attendees, 100 exhibitors, and 20 plus industries represented. This year, they are turning things up a notch. So whether you're into automotive, fashion, technology, real estate, health, finance, agribusiness like DJ Agric, travel, lifestyle, anything at all in between, this is your platform for visibility and networking, as well as strategic partnerships and, of course, media exposure, which matters. So don't miss out. Register now at emmyafrica.com. So that's EMY Africa.com. All right. If you want to call them, it's 020-201-8870. You can also try 0302-738-727 for more information. Emmy Africa Expo 2025. Show up, stand out, and scale up.
And DHL Express is your go-to solution for all your international shipping needs. They are giving you 5% off when you send personal or official documents, gift items, paintings, cosmetics, clothing, dried fish, processed foods, or if you import from Asia, Australia, Europe, Middle East, and the rest of Africa. They are making all these things easy for you. So all you have to do, connect to any of their main service points or the individual outlets across the country. Your shipment will be processed for you, and you always know where your package is because they give you access to real-time tracking. It's that simple. So every international shipment to or from Europe, Asia, Australia, Middle East, or the rest of Africa, for Ghana, just talk to DHL Express and get the promotional discounts. If you're ready to experience this, call them on 0244-485-176, 0571-137-599, or visit dhl.com for more information. DHL, excellence simply delivered.
All right, well, I know you're looking for a little more in life. Who isn't, okay? Especially a little more without having to spend more, right? Let's face it, every cedi counts, especially now that the cedi is worth even more. So listen, I want to share with you something that has worked for every person who has tried it, and it's the Absa Abapa account. Okay, it is designed for people like us, those who work hard and deserve more for less. All right, so here's what you get with the Absa Abapa account. First of all, a free GH Link card, access to loans of up to 50,000 Ghana cedis when you need help, and of course high interest on your savings. You get free SMS alerts to track every peso that you spend, and also seamless mobile phone banking services. So no need to join queues and wait for many hours in order to get your banking done. And the best part is that it's actually very simple to open. So if you're looking for more value, more peace of mind, and certainly more control over your money, then Absa Abapa account is just the account for you. Open your account today and get more. Terms and conditions apply. Your story matters. Absa.
And VW Ghana is offering you the Virtus Highline, the Tiguan Life, and the Amarok pickup at used car prices. Where is the pride in driving an old used car when you could actually purchase a brand new VW at the same price? Yes, that's the offer VW is giving you. Same price. Yes, just walk into a VW retail outlet with your used car budget, and you may drive out with a brand new car. Take advantage now. VW, rise and thrive. Drive VW, drive Ghana. Hurry while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Call them on 025-795-6688. Remember that there's a wide range of models for you. The Virtus, the T-Cross, the Tiguan, the Allspace, the Terramont, and the Amarok pickup. You can drive any of these brand new with a used car price. So talk to them today.
Do you know what they call VW in Germany?
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not German.
We'll say yes after they're in German. yeah. They call it the 5A, all right, which is actually FV. So instead of Volkswagen, they call it Volkswagen, as we would say it. Yeah. They call it Volkswagen. FV.
I've only heard Hausa Coco, and you want me to speak German?
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I will do the German, you do the Greek. All right, let's move. It's 33 minutes past 8, and our guests are seated. Seth Tekwe and Hassan Tampuli have joined us graciously to talk about some of the big issues of the day. And I don't think there's anything bigger right now than the fact that we are all called upon to pay 1 cedi extra per litre when we buy fuel. Why? Well, because we need to buy fuel for the energy sector. Listen to this.
The total energy sector debt as at end March 2025 stands at $3.1 billion. This amount includes amount owed to independent power producers, state-owned enterprises, fuel suppliers, and fuel suppliers. Right Honorable Speaker, as a result of non-payment of bills owed to ENI and Car Power, the World Bank IDA guarantee of $512 million and GMPC guarantee of $120 million were completely drawn down in the year 2024. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the government is required to find an additional $632 million to restore these guarantees. Right, Honorable Speaker, to help raise additional revenue to fund the needs in the power sector, government is proposing an increase in export price of petrol, diesel, and related products. the impact will be absorbed by the gains made from the strong performance of the Ghana cedis. The Speaker, I repeat, the impact will be absorbed by the gains made from the strong performance of the Ghana cedis. And this will mean that consumers will not have to pay extra for the price of petrol and diesel beginning today. Right, Honorable Speaker, our simulations suggest that there will be no increase in the export price of petrol and diesel in the next window beginning today if the levy is imposed. This is because of a strong Ghana cedi. Right, Honorable Speaker, the levy will serve as a dedicated source of funding to the power sector, and the proceeds will be earmarked for the procurement of essential fuel for power generation. The Speaker, this will ensure that Ghana enjoys stable electricity. Given that the current electricity tariffs paid by consumers does not include fuel used for the power generation. Mr. Speaker, the decision to impose a levy on petroleum prices is based on the need to find a balance between ensuring stable power supply while promoting the financial sustainability of the sector.
This is not actually to pay for legacy debt. What we are doing is that we've studied the system, we've done the analysis in the energy sector, and the basic truth and fact is that the liquid fuel that we buy currently is not part of the tariff structure. And so when you and I pay for electricity, even if ECG were to collect the money 100% today, none of that money would go into the procurement of liquid fuel. Meanwhile, we require over $1 billion this year alone to procure liquid fuels, because we should have increased gas consumption or production years ago. It takes on average about 18 months to 2 years to put the gas infrastructure in place. That is even if you start today. And so this should have happened like yesterday. Finance Minister has been helping a bit, though with much difficulty in helping us to procure liquid fuel. And so what are the options available? Increase electricity tariffs, fall on the Finance Minister for non-existing money, or share the gain in the reduction of fuel prices. Bear in mind, when we took over, fuel was about 16 cedi. And so even with this 1 cedi, even as I agree with you that you will pay some 50 cedi extra, you will be saving 100 cedi extra or 150 cedi extra as compared to when we took office. And so yes, we would have wished to pass all the gains to Ghanaians. And that means that you would have to pay about 40 to 50% more in your electricity tariff situation. But governance is a balancing act, and that is why we are appealing to Ghanaians that will give you a reduction already from the 16 to about 13, which is about 3 cedi reduction, so that at 13 or 12, we can also use 1 cedi to sustain electricity for productivity. Whilst we take steps to increase gas consumption, reduce the losses, bring about efficiency. And already we are putting in place mechanisms that's showing that in the electricity sector we are seeing some positive results.
So that last voice, of course, is the voice of the Energy Minister, John Jinapor, who spoke to us yesterday on the Super Morning Show. Let's get started, and I'd like to start with you, Mr. Ted, because there's something that I think we need to put to rest. It's a bit confusing. We heard the Finance Minister speaking to Parliament. He said, and we heard him quite clearly, that there's huge debt in the energy sector, and it needs to be cleared. And part of the solution to that is this levy. And then we hear the Energy Minister say categorically that none of this levy will be used to pay debts, that it is all supposed to be used for buying liquid fuel. And these are two completely contradicting positions. Which one is the case?
I mean, both are correct, in a sense. If you have legacy debts, which is huge, which is the result of the misapplication of ESLA and its collateralization, and you are having issues with it, and then you also have the current challenges, the two are linked, in the sense that if you do not have resources, right, if you don't have resources to tackle the current challenges, which is the fuel supply which the Honourable Minister for Energy spoke about, it will worsen your ability to settle, the energy sector debt. Right. So they are interrelated. And I see clearly, the two, aspects from the two ministers. But I just want to clarify that they are related. Now, the levy is also structural in a sense, in that you are determining the price at which something should be sold, right? And there's a key element which is not covered, which is what Honorable Jinampo was talking about.
You're talking about the electricity tariff.
Yes.
Right.
So going forward, that would be a structural issue for PURC, MPA, the energy sector regulators.
We were made to understand that if they were to have added liquid fuel to the tariff, it would have resulted in a 45% increase in the tariff, almost 50% increase.
Yes, but that is where the Minister for Finance is coming in. I've always said, particularly in relation to COVID, and I believe I said it here, that the time to prepare for crisis is not when you are in a crisis. The time to prepare for crisis is when you are creating buffers, when the global environment is favoring you, such as gold in relation to the dollar, sanitizing the gold sector, building reserves. That's the time to build reserves, because we don't control external factors. In fact, we don't even control some domestic factors, drought, or the opposite of floods. And I recall your conversation, I believe, early during the flooding. And I said, there we go again. The first use, we were talking about the 10th anniversary, the first use of funds for that flooding actually came from the contingency funds, which we created before, because we went to Parliament. It was not replenished. Right? And there came Bong, we were cut funds down. Do we always have to depend on donors and others? We are a middle income country. So, but back to, so you are seeing here policies that are at play. We are also in a period of austerity where we are doing significant corrections, right? Of course, under the umbrella of the IMF, program, but which we, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. But we, somebody can take this.
That's fine. Someone will come and pick it up. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm sorry to the audience.
Not at all.
So we are in a period of austerity. The corrections don't always have to be imposed on us. We have had long experiences with austerity, which is why we set up this stabilization fund, the sinking fund, which would have prevented the debt default after HIPIC and whatever. So if, because of the build-up of reserves, because of, external factors, their impact on the foreign exchange and whatever, by all means, if we have to introduce something that would be neutral, right? That's what the Minister for Finance was saying. That would be neutral. They said two things. Then this is the appropriate time for it. You don't introduce a structural measure, after everything has been, we've gone past this phase. You just worsen. Now let me make another point. Let us remember that beyond the austerity measures that we are implementing now, there's a big structural reform, which is actually pillar one, the rationalization of the revenue, if you listen to His Excellency's 8 pillars. And so what we are doing now will come under structural scrutiny. It will come under, let me say, long-term, scrutiny. When we implement, we are implementing already, it's been announced, reforms like the rationalization of VAT, right? Reforms like what is an import duty? Reforms like the levies, some of which are being removed. So there is a big structural reform. On the revenue side, the main thing there, the two main things there is to continue the GRA reforms, particularly for the domestic, tax division of GRA, the unification of VAT service and IRS, which did not percolate down into the tax offices. And then, like ICOMS for customs, ITAS, I think that word has become a household name now. It was automation after West Blue, if you remember West Blue, which ICOMS replaced. The next phase was to be the domestic tax system and to interface or integrate the two systems, because we have a one GRA now. They are not separate departments. So that VAT invoices will be used to check what is being filed for income tax, for VAT refunds, VAT credits. Those big reforms are coming. And on the expenditure side will be the continuation of the GIFMIS reforms. Right. So I'm saying that much of what we are talking about now, the interventions that are needed to stabilize, power, to stabilize, fuel supply and others, which, by the way, if we didn't do, would have an adverse effect on growth, right? Because obviously businesses will not be operating well. They will have to increase expenditure through things like buying their own fuel and others, which would impact government revenue at this critical time. Right. I'm saying these will be tailored. So it might sound contradictory, but I see more like complementary.
I mean, you've drawn a link. I can see that. However, is it not worrying that the two ministers, and these are the two main ministers that this levy concerns, right? The two of them are saying things that, unfortunately, even in the choice of words, are diametrically opposed, right? So I see the link you draw, but you hear the energy minister say none of it will be used to pay legacy debt. That is so categorical.
Yes, it's categorical in a sense that if you listen to the Minister for Finance, he alluded to the two. Now, if you listen to the Minister for Energy, he is clarifying the technical position of his ministry. And he's saying, we are tackling two things. We are tackling, the energy sector legacy debt. Legacy because ESLA was misapplied. We shouldn't forget about that. Because the reason I'm particular about this was that ESLA, the revenue from ESLA was calculated to the penny to settle 2.2 billion US dollars of energy sector debt back in 2015. In fact, we had to withdraw the bill to do that calculation on the insistence of the then opposition. They wanted to know, so we did that calculation, right? So why was ESLA misapplied? So he's saying there is that challenge, which is facing us, but as a result of which we don't have room because we are paying the debt and other things. That's what the energy minister is saying. And therefore, given the current environment, which that is where the Minister for Finance was saying there is a balance, right. In that we have favorable conditions and we are certain that this will be neutral in terms of, when you say something will be neutral, yes, of course, plus or minus, right? And so this, so I think that, yes, it came across as I listened to, the last 2 days carefully, but of course I have the benefits of cabinet brief questions and others, right. So I do understand, where both ministers, had.
Let me bring in Mr. Tampoli, and I suspect that while all this was unfolding, you had a sense of deja vu. I mean,
easily.
Being a former member of government, you've had to take, you've had to be part of some tough decisions being taken. But there was a walkout, right? And I wonder, what exactly was your protest? It's not as if there is an alternative, is there? We have to buy fuel, don't we? So what would have been your way of doing it?
Thank you very much. I think that today is Samuel Dame's birthday. I'm told.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, my good friend.
So
Happy
birthday, happy birthday, Samuel Dame. Ogbojibo. Ogbojibo. So thank you, Kojo. So, like you said, this serious sense of deja vu. Now, you recall that in the run-up to the campaign, we were told that within 120 days or within 90 days, we are going to scrap draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business. E-levy, COVID levy, 10% levy on bet winnings, and emissions levy. These came under direct focus of the then opposition. And when the budget was passed, the budget was read in March, just about 2-3 months ago, the finance minister was very categorical when he said that he's not going to introduce any taxes or levies. He's going to impose any taxes on Ghanaians. And then went ahead to abolish e-levy, 10% levy on bet winnings, and emissions levy, which was never collected anyway. So from 2022, we rake in 612 million Ghana cedis in 2022 for e-levy alone. 2023, 1.19 billion, and in 2024, we made 2 billion. Altogether, that's about 3.8 billion. And for the betting tax, we raked in about, for 2023 and 2024, 208 million. Nothing was taken for emission tax. So if you put all of these taxes together, they don't even come anywhere close to what Ghanaians are being forced to cough out for this particular e-levy Pro Max. I call it e-levy Pro Max. So we took out e-levy, and then we now have e-levy Pro Max properly fed to do a lot of damage to the Ghanaian people. Now, one would have thought that on the back of a strong cedi, we are told that everything is okay. I mean, Yokidori, so fine. Let Ghanaians enjoy the fruits of this drop in the price of petroleum products. Don't forget, sometime in November 2022, prices of petroleum products had gotten all the way to 23 cedis, based primarily on the price on the international market exchange rate, because we hadn't introduced any taxes, levies, or margins at the time. And by March 2023, prices had come all the way to 13 cedis per liter. So that tells you that the government had the option of also introducing some 1, 2, or 3 cedis at the time. But we wanted Ghanaians to have the benefits of the drop in the price of petroleum products. And this government would have none of that.
Well, is that fair? I mean, the price rose to about 16. It's come down to about 12. And they are saying, instead of it coming down to 11, let's keep it at 12 and give 1 cedi to energy sector. Is that
no?
too
But
much?
this is the government that says that we're not going to tax you. And remember, at the time that we were debating the budget, we had told the finance minister, these taxes that you are abolishing, what are you going to use to cushion yourself, to implement your projects and program? Then he says that there's not going to be any tax. So the word of the politician must carry some weight. You understand? You know, the political class, we have become endangered species, because you say one thing and then you do another. So now Ghanaians are going to be watching to see, but is it not this same Atufosin who told us that there will be no taxes, there will be no levies? What has changed? You know what has changed? You know, when you dig a hole, you come back and fall inside that same hole. When we had this serious doomsday from 2012 to 2016 thereabouts. You know, we signed some PPAs, power purchase agreements, with different, IPPs. And inside those power purchase agreements, we had capacity charges, which were unconscionable. We had take or pay clauses, which ensured that whether you use the power or not, you pay. Now, all these things, created heavy burden on the Ghanaian taxpayer. In 2017, 2018, we had paid not less than $600 million for power that we didn't use, power we didn't need. It came up to about $1 billion in 2019. Now, the IMF, World Bank, they projected that we are likely to have some serious energy sector debts of about $7 billion at the time, if something drastic wasn't done. So we inherited $2.5 billion of energy sector debts. At the time that we were leaving office, we left $2.5 billion. We kept the lights on. And don't forget, in the course of that period, we had a net reduction in electricity tariffs. We reduced, further reduced, and then at some point we increased. So if you do the netting, there was a reduction. And within that same period, there was a time that Ghanaians consumed electricity for free during the COVID period. What was 1 year?
Back?
You understand?
Mr. Tampoli, are we not paying that back now?
You understand?
You made
no,
us pay.
And so what I'm saying is that yes, we imposed the COVID levy because we had a situation, and this is in direct response to the point that the Honorable Setekpe has raised about building buffers. Look, how much buffer can you build if there is some instability on the international markets or the global market collapses? How much of it can you prepare for? When there is something for the Ghanaian people to enjoy, please let them have that benefits. And by January 2025, by the time that President Akufo-Addo was handing over to President John Dramani Mahama, in terms of prices of petroleum products in Africa, Ghana was about the 11th most cheapest. Currently, we are 32nd out of 54 countries. So our prices have gone way higher comparatively to other countries that we compared favorably with. So what it means is that today we are doing about $1.4. That used not to be the case.
Mr. Tampoli,
so you see,
if I may, before you continue, so that you can build up on your points. You mentioned that fuel prices maxed up to about 23 cedis per liter. I remember around that time, I bought 500 Ghana cedis and I didn't get half of the first quadrant of my tank.
That's right.
The bar didn't move. But when you came into office, fuel prices averaged about 6 cedis and it went all the way up to 23 and it dropped to 16, right? Now fuel prices have dropped from 16 to about 11, 12. And the government says because of these gains, let's take advantage of that time. The situation looks like it's different. It's not similar to yours. So why do you not agree that we have to take advantage of the gains now to solve the energy sector issues?
That's a brilliant question. You see, in January 2017, prices were about 4 cedis. And primarily the price build-up is mostly made up of prices on the international markets, taxes, levies, and margins on the petroleum products, and also the exchange rates. Now, at the time, the government removed excise duty from price of petroleum products. What we inherited included the special petroleum tax, which was imposed at 17.5% ad valorem. So it even compounded because it was ex-depo at the time, if I remember correctly. Now we reduce all of these things. So if you observed, you come to realize that the price of the international markets didn't spare us. So when you see a reduction, naturally, just like I mentioned, from 23 cities to 13 cities, if there is a reduction, let the Ghanaian people feel it. If the prices increase, so what are you going to do now? If prices increase on the international market, what are we going to do? Because we can't control that. And don't forget, this is the summer driving season. It is at this time of the year that people crisscross, Europe, and then prices of especially petrol goes up. So what if the prices go up? What are we going to do? Are we going to continue to hold this? There's no sunset clause in it. You understand? It continues to remain.
Yeah.
Now, what is even the guarantee that by next year or in 2 years' time, this money will be applied for the purpose that we are being told? Never mind the confusion in the minds of the finance minister and the energy minister regarding the real purpose of this. But they keep saying something which we disagree with. Because in the price build-up, they factor in the price of fuel.
You mean the tariff?
Exactly. They factor in the price of fuel, the PURC.
The price of gas.
The price of fuel.
Which is gas.
Gas.
You understand?
Not liquid fuel.
Now, you see, that is debatable.
Mm-hmm.
Because they keep saying that it does not. If you come to downstream petroleum sector, everything, including even the driver's mate, the tanker driver's mate, his clothing, his shoe, everything is factored into the price buildup.
Is this where the UPPF comes in?
Exactly. You understand? So I'm not too sure where, it's all about smokes and mirrors as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
because you see, these things are factored into, and when the electricity rates tariffs were being increased, what were we told? To 14.7%. What were we told? To pay to clear legacy debts, isn't it? So couldn't that one clear the legacy? In any event, Gold Board is doing magic. He's doing wonders. 2.7 billion has come in. So why are we imposing, all these taxes on Ghana? So you buy 1 gallon of petrol, you pay 4 cedi 50 pesos. So the people in my constituency, the farmers, they are going to start feeling it away.
So your challenge is that even though when you took power, fuel was around 4, 5, 6 cities, it increased to 23 cities, came down to about 16. And there's a new government. The city has appreciated. Fuel prices have dropped from 15, 16 to about 11. And they want to make hay while the sun is shining by taking a city extra from us to be able to pay this. You don't think that should be the approach?
No, we think that when prices increase, let Ghanaians pay.
Okay.
When prices drop, let Ghanaians have the benefits of those. So that is the price that you pay for a deregulated market. So it's no longer a centralized market. And Honorable Setakwe was the finance minister in July 2015 when we deregulated the downstream petroleum industry, so that prices are determined by the interplay of all these factors. When they go up, you pay more. When they come down, you pay less.
Honorable Tampoli, one thing that is surprising me here is that your government took advantage of situations then. Honorable Tekpe's government is taking advantage of situations now.
Which situations?
I remember when e-levy was being introduced, we were told that the fact that a lot of us were doing digital payments and using digital money was creating a bigger economy, and we should take advantage of that economy to make some money to support the economy. So that was the advantage you used. Now this government is also getting a very good deal because the city is appreciating and want to take something back. Is it not just fair for them to go along and do that? When you come,
when you say that, there's no innovation in the imposition of taxes and levies and all of that. It is the usual petrol. We've been doing this thing since the days of Dr. Kwesi Botwe. Those days where he reads the budgets, then he will announce new prices. That is what we are doing. But the issue of e-levy was an innovative one. We wanted to expand the tax base. You understand? So that we don't put everything in one basket. Whilst we are reducing, taxes somewhere, we are so that we spread it out. And don't forget, if you are not sending Momo, you don't pay e-levy.
This one,
you understand?
You don't.
Whether you like it or not, you pay. Even if you are working, you pay. You know how price of petroleum product affects everything in this country. Even the cost you make, you pay. It affects practically everything. But e-levy, if I'm not sending any money and I want to walk or even pick a car, then I don't need to pay e-levy. So it was more of an optional kind of tax. You understand? Okay. Betting, if I don't go to bet, I don't even know what it is. I don't even know how they do it. So if you don't bet, you don't pay tax, betting tax. But for whether you like it or not, the market woman, the housewife, everybody, the farmer, everybody is supposed to be suffering from this new levy that is.
All right, if you just joined us, it's 9:05 and the conversation is getting more and more interesting. Hassan Tampuli is the last voice you heard. He's the Honourable Member of Parliament for Gushegu. He's also Deputy Ranking Member on the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament. He's here alongside Mr. Seth Tekpe, who is the Presidential Advisor on the Economy and a former Minister of Finance. When we come back from these messages, I want to know from Mr. Tekpe, is this forever? What is the sunset clause on this one? When do we stop paying this one cedi? Is it an interim measure or is this our new reality? I also want Mr. Tampuli to answer the question I asked, which he didn't, which is, how would you have done it? How would you have paid this bill? Or are you saying the problem doesn't exist at all? We'll engage when we come back from these messages.
Cedi is not picking promotion. As you requested, we have dropped our prices for you. So rush to any Electroland showroom or authorized dealer store across Ghana and grab your desired Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO appliances at unbeatable prices. For your favorite TVs, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, gas cookers, home theaters, microwaves, and many more, we have them on price drop. Thanks to the Cedi's appreciation against the dollar. Enjoy convenient prices that fit your budget. Don't miss out. Cedi is not picky. Electroland Day for you.
Building or renovating? Look no further. At Interface Limited, we have everything you need to create stunning spaces.
Transform your interiors with our top quality plasterboards, acoustic ceilings, and cement boards.
Step into style with our exquisite laminate and engineered floors. And for your data centers, durable raised access floors.
Elevate your outdoor spaces with our WPC decking and fencing.
Protect your home with our beautiful and reliable roof shingles, insulation, canopies, and PVC fascia boards.
Add a touch of elegance with our beautiful POP cornices and roses.
Quality, affordability, and style all in one place. Building a better Ghana, one space at a time. Visit www.interfacelimited.net or call 0274 999 999. Welcome to Spintex Plaza, where living and working blend seamlessly.
Spintex Plaza, the place to be. Furnished apartments feel so free.
Imagine coming home to a luxurious furnished apartment with everything you need.
Rooftop pool, swim under the sky. Rooftop bar where the good times fly. Rooftop gym, get fit and strong. Spintex Plaza, you can't go wrong.
Spintex Plaza, your home, your work, your lifestyle. Come see us today or call us on 0241 327 363. www.spintexplaza.net.
Human resource is crucial for Ghana's development. The Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management Ghana presents CIHRM 2025 Conference under the theme Regulating HRM in Ghana, Standards, Ethics and Sustainability. Date 18th to 19th June 2025. Venue Alisa Hotel, Northridge, Accra. Conference fees: members 3,200 Ghana cedis, non-members 4,000 Ghana cedis, student members 2,000 Ghana cedis. For sponsorship, partnerships, special discounts, call 024-327-8694 or 020-811-2644 today. Sponsors: GCB, VRA, Gridco, NPA, Ghana Airports, We Power Authority, E-Productions, CIHRM 2025 Conference, transforming work and workplaces. Be there.
You're welcome back. It's 9 minutes past 9 on the Super Morning Show. If you just joined us, you have missed, Papa. We're talking to Seth Tekwe and Hassan Tampuli, and it's Political Thursday. We're getting into all the big issues that have unfolded over the week. And look, we're spending the most time on the issue of the 1 cedi per litre levy on fuel, and it's important. Everyone's talking about it, so we are doing the same. We're about to wrap up on that issue with some final thoughts from our two guests in just a moment, so stay tuned for that. But let me first remind you that the Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management Ghana presents the CIHRM 2025 conference. It's in June, from the 18th until the 19th at Alisa Hotel here in Accra, and the theme is regulating HRM in Ghana: standards, ethics, and sustainability. All right, so the conference conference rates are as follows. For members, it's 3,200 Ghana cedis each. For non-members, it's 4,000 cedis. For student members, it's 2,000 cedis. You can register now via the CIHRM website, which is CIHRM Ghana, on Facebook and on LinkedIn and X as well. You can call 0243 278 694 for group registration and discounts. CIHRM, transforming work and workplaces.
Let me tell you about JIT, Jackson Institute of Technology. It's your only NIT authorized training center in Ghana. They provide world-class IT training for you, individuals and corporate organizations. So talk to them today for globally recognized certifications, practical job-ready training, and flexible hybrid learning options. You can locate them on the Ring Road near Circle in the heart of Accra's Central Business District. In Kumasi, find them at Jackson Educational Complex headquarters, adjacent near KNUST. Call them on 0596996037, 0596996038, and they have a very nice state-of-the-art auditorium for you. So if you are looking for a place for your corporate events, seminars and training sessions, talk to JIT today. Visit their website jit.edu.gh and talk to them and get to enjoy their services. JIT, your gateway to a thriving IT career.
All right, well, let's keep opening those gateways. Adansi is in that business, and this August, Adansi Travels is turning up the excitement as part of their 12 years of delivering unforgettable travel experiences. Yes, and opening gateways, like I said. So get ready to see more, feel more, and explore some of the world's most beautiful, exciting destinations, from fun-filled family adventures in Dubai to romantic getaways in Asia, thrilling escapes with friends in South Africa, and that long-awaited dream trip across Europe. Ooh, I can't wait for that. And it's not just travel, it's an experience you will never forget. So call Adansi Travels on 0595 500 817 or 0531 008 550, or just go to adansitravels.com to book your spot. Now let's make memories together this August. Adansi at 12. See more, feel more.
And if you want to see more and feel more of the world, you need to be connected, and MTN is giving you the opportunity to get connected. If you want to join the MTN family, if you want to grab an extra SIM card, just talk to MTN Ghana today and just get one for 10 Ghana cedis only. Visit any MTN service center, Connect store, or your nearest authorized community shop to get your new MTN card or the extra MTN SIM card you're looking for. Make sure you go with your SIM card, your Ghana card, to help you register your SIM card. It's that simple. So what are you waiting for? Talk to MTN today and experience the most amazing network when you join the Yellow family. Kojo,
let's get to it. All right. So listen, let's wrap quickly on this issue of the 1 cedi levy. Okay, and I mean the questions that are outstanding are these. First of all, Mr. Tekbe, when will this end?
Yes, thank you. I was enjoying the lecture on sunset clauses.
Yes.
I remember that the ESLA was to have a sunset clause, which going to happen because we were then beginning to pay VRA. We had a term sheet for 600 million, US dollars to pay the IPP. So it was becoming certain the path. And then we're required to go back to Parliament to have a sunset clause for ESLA. We know what happened to ESLA. I'm not going to, to repeat it. We even collateralized it, took the loan. Today that loan is impaired. Today, as Honorable Jinapor said, the guarantee which supports the energy sector has been called by the World Bank. And an experiment which the World Bank was beginning with Ghana to benefit the whole of Africa is gone. It's gone in the winds. So I think that, we should. By the way, the last, I'll come to your question, the last, agreements that we sent to Parliament, 2 of them, where they put call option. We were moving away from take or pay. So why did the last administration continue with take or pay? They signed, some. Damandi and the other one, I forgot. We put call option, which gave you the option to, to take. Of course, there's a reverse that, you may also, in your need, have to go to the negotiating table. But we felt that was, so I think we need to, correct, that. So I did mention that this was part of an austerity measure, which was a part of a correction of a structural measures, 1. And then 2, I said that the tax reforms, the comprehensive ones, will be rolled out, with the media review that is coming, and then going into the 2026 budget, we would have clarity on some of this. We would have studied, the the trends in the international market, which is also affecting, and we would come back, to streamline some of the things. There's more to be done, as I said.
But should that not all be done before? I mean, don't you have a model that you use to make even the calculation of how much?
Remember, we've been out of power. And remember, we are seeing, new things emerging. When JM, His Excellency, mentioned the 8 pillars. Remember, I split them into 2. Those which were a reset of things that we were doing, like the sinking fund, reserve stabilization fund, and the rest, which we need to continue, depleted. And then there are the new ones, value addition, not so new, but which we didn't have the opportunity. We spoke about export, in your introduction. Exim Bank, he mentioned Exim Bank, positioning it to help non-traditional exporters. So I think a little while, things would come. We've just come out of a transition, the whole issue of, COVID. Yes, it's interesting. COVID was severe. We don't deny it, but the last administration got 2 points on that. Quick one. $6 billion US dollars inflows for COVID. I don't want to be counting it. I've said it on other, and then remember, the fund said in the very program, that they entered, which we are continuing, that there were pre-existing, conditions, right? And remember, when we were required and urged to join the debt suspension, by the World Bank, which we eventually went into, we said no. We're a proud nation. We're not going to go into a fund program. We're not going to. When in actual fact we knew that the things were terrible and we were about to default.
So we should wait for the mid-year review and the 2026 budget to see whether or not we're going to have this tax scrapped eventually.
Not necessarily, because as you can see, at every opportunity, when clarity comes on an issue, we'll come public with it.
So there's currently no clarity on that?
There is clarity on the policy. As I said, the policy is structural, right? PURC, MPA and others will look at the pricing structure, and do some work on it. Right. Okay. Where there is less clarity is you don't control the global factors. You don't control the cedi versus the dollar. Right, you don't control the tariff policies in the US, which is, so it will be bold, right? But we're saying that as and when these things happen, there will be, frequent, updates.
All right. So let me bring in Mr. Tampuli, and I have to press you, unfortunately.
Yes, sure.
So, I mean, the problem does exist. That's the reality. We must buy fuel, otherwise the lights will go off. So, how would you have done it? How would your government have done it?
Just as we have done it over the 8-year period that we stayed in government, we would have continued to find a way to find a way to continue to keep the lights on.
Well, I mean, that sounds like hopes and dreams. How would you actually have done this?
So that's what Honorable Setepe, made allusions to, the ESLA bonds that we floated to deal with some of the, legacy bonds, legacy debts. But most importantly, the agreements that we inherited, draconian and unconscionable as they were, you had difficulty terminating them. So some of them we had to defer. Some we attempted to terminate, it ended up in arbitration and so on and so forth. But before the coming of this current administration, we were in serious negotiations with a lot of them, a lot of the IPPs. So we were able to shave off, I don't have the figures right here, but we were able to shave off significant, amount of money that, we owed in that sector. So we didn't think that it was useful to impose additional burden on the Ghanaian taxpayer. The Ghanaian taxpayer is already overburdened, and the current government, when they were in opposition, continuously reminded us that the Ghanaian is overtaxed, and His Excellency then candidates will start listing all the taxes. What do we see now? We have an increase in the taxes. There hasn't been any such audacious imposition of taxes on the petroleum sector like 1 cedi. I don't remember. Normally it's 10 pesos, 30 pesos, 49 pesos.
So would you rather have increased the electricity tariff by almost 50%? Would that have been your alternative?
No, that wouldn't have been an alternative.
So how do you bought fuel?
An alternative. But like I said, we continued to keep the lights on. How were we doing it?
That's what I'm asking. Exactly. How would you have done this?
That is what we are doing. And look, nothing has changed. What we have right now is that the government has scrapped taxes. Where are they going to get the resources to be able to implement their programs and projects? So this money we are seeing is not supposed to be taking care of any legacy debts. So you wait, I'm telling you. Next year, next 2 years, we'll come back to this studio and we'll discuss this thing. It's supposed to take care of holes in their budgets. There's significant holes that have been created in their budget. So really and truly, even the energy minister says that this amount is even woefully inadequate. So what are they going to do about the hole that continues to exist? What are they going to do about it?
It's a big issue, and we need your comments. 055-111-1997. We read them here on the show. Honorable Setekwe is here. Honorable Tampuli is also here, and I can see Honorable Setekwe smiling at me. Honorable Setekwe, you are confident of the economic management of your administration, aren't you?
Yes.
You are very confident of that.
Yes,
so you are confident.
I am because as I said this as a compliment that we have a finance minister who had been from Parliament, had been my deputy, was in charge of the budget, and I made this when he was appointed. Honorable Jinapo, at a point I put on the power hat, run the energy ministry.
So you are very confident.
I'm confident about the team.
The leader, you are confident in him. Finance minister, you are confident in him. Energy minister, you are confident in him.
And the president.
Yes, that's what I said. The leader.
Yes. Just a quick one. And the president, who said just yesterday that we are going to ring fence and account for this revenue, and posted a warning to the Minister for Finance. Remember, this is the president that ring fence the revenue flow for Terminal 3, ring fence the revenue flows for port expansion, supported the ring fencing of the sinking fund which we were using to pay down. So we are not talking about things which we hadn't done before.
So this confidence transfers to your confidence for managing the exchange rate, doesn't it? That you can keep it between 10 to 12 Ghana cedis to the dollar.
It's not just the exchange rate.
Okay.
We are managing volatilities, some of which we don't control, even domestic. We don't control drought. We don't control floods, the opposite, of the same coin, right? So we'll put debt in a band. We were beginning to do it before we left office. A band of 50-55, a floor, and a band of 60-65 ceiling. Exchange rate. What His Excellency was alluding to is that When you have that band, then you are conscious that when it is going above, 12, you have to do something.
Yeah.
He mentioned the structural one being exim, complementing the goal board. Sorry, just a minute. And therefore, and then also, remember we are building reserves.
Yeah.
Right? Which is a stabilization fund, again as a precedent, which is a sinking fund. We are building, and then the oil revenue, the stabilization fund, and they are actually part of Bank of Ghana's core reserves. When you hit problems, that's when you draw your reserves. That's a counter-cyclical policy.
So can we be rest assured, Ghanaians, the business community, that knowing all these things, we are going to see stability between the 10 and 12 to enable us to plan?
They are going to see stability in policy, right?
Not the exchange rates?
Because you don't control every factor. And I'm saying that we are going to manage within a band, right? But you'll be hit along the way by severe factors. I don't downplay COVID. My only point about COVID is that there were flows that came into the economy, from IMF, SDF, to COVID loan, to World Bank loan, African Development Bank loan, and at the time we were being said, take advantage of this, come and restructure, knowing very well where we were. Right, so that's the point. Nobody can give you the type of assurance that you are asking because you don't control the
system. But the president did. Yes, and I'm also
he said we're going to manage. No. Please. The president said we're going to manage within those bands, and I've given you examples. Using
the sinking fund, stabilization fund, and all these
that's
things.
The essence of it.
Yes, so that's exactly where I'm going.
And then the structural measures are going to come.
So if you are going to do all these things, put in place the sinking fund and manage it better, stabilization fund, the structural measures, then we should get a sense that even if globally and domestically there are shifts here and there, we can still work within that band. And
that is because you would have created the reserves in good times, and you would be able to draw down on it, right?
Okay.
Until you get a very severe crisis, which everybody would accept, like the global financial crisis, like the COVID, and before that the depression.
Russia-Ukraine war?
Russia-Ukraine war, of course. The Russian embassy has answered that, already. But let me make the point that, let me just give you one example from the U.S. Okay. When the U.S. faced the global financial crisis, and this you can Google Bloomberg, is there. When the Fed bought the securities, right, from the banks, and they stopped, letting Bank of America and the fall just like best sense. When the Fed puts those securities back, like the way we want to recreate and put, the pension, the bonds and other back to the domestic market, right? The market was healthy. The market value of the bonds rose. The Fed made a profit of $3 trillion. You can Google and gave it to the Treasury. The Treasury did not spend, the US Treasury. They kept that money, right, as a buffer. And those were the funds learning from the impact of the depression and the impact of the global financial crisis. Those were the funds that were used to give the grants, for the COVID vaccines and the rest. They were nimble. Better managed than they managed the two previous crises. And so I'm talking to President. They couldn't control COVID, but they prepared for it. And that's my point I'm making.
Yes, and I'm asking you this because the Chamber of Bulk Marketers have spoken, oil marketing companies have spoken, other watchers of the economy have spoken, and some make the argument that even the electricity tariffs now, we pegged the exchange rate for the tariffs you are paying now at 15 cedis to the dollar. So if due to the confidence you want us to have in you, let's say the highest ceiling we are even going to have is 12 cedis to the dollar. On the tariffs, you are making a windfall of 3 cedis to the dollar.
It's a delta.
Why don't you?
The president said we're going to apply. But let me also say that this is where we are urging GRA to do more education.
Okay.
Forex losses are legitimate, expenses. Which businesses can claim unless you don't file, your returns, right? Some of the changes and things that we're talking about, they are legitimate, and by the way, businesses don't pay the quarterly income tax in advance as it used to be way back when Professor Mills came. He made it in arrears, right? Now, the other point is, I listen carefully, right? The liquidity issue that is being spoken about, when me and you, all of us sitting here, drive to the pump, we pay cash. We pay cash.
I pay Momo.
Exactly. Yeah, we pay cash. So I'm saying that the liquidity issue which the industry is raising, something that can be a bit exaggerated, and I say with caution, because the consumer is paying cash, right? So they are not, it is including the levy. So it's the consumer who is paying for it, right? So yes, you may have liquidity management, but it's not absolutely the result of introducing the levy, right? So it's up to liquidity management. So the chambers will also have to, I had this issue with the bulk oil distribution companies, if you remember, when we wanted to do the forest losses and the rest. So these are familiar terrain as far as I'm concerned. And we'll engage the industry. The Minister of Energy is engaging them. GRA will have to also do some education, to make sure that.
This is the Super Morning Show. I guess this morning the Honorable
there hasn't been any prior consultation of stakeholders. It is after the tax has been imposed.
Yeah.
I'm responding. I'm responding to
no
issues.
Stakeholder was engaged.
I'm saying I'm responding
to position of this
Honorable Tampoli and Honorable Tepe, based on where Kojo and I are sitting, when you say something and Honorable Tepe responds and he says something and responds, we track back to when you were in office, and it was no,
but e-levy, there was broad consultation. For instance,
and,
you know what?
Even though there was, but you did.
Of course, but there was broad consultation. But did you ever hear anything about this e-levy? Did you ever hear anything about this ESLA?
Excuse me. On the
before it was passed. Even in Parliament, this plan is surprise on us.
To be fair,
even in Parliament, you just go to bed and then you wake up the next day. You are paying 1 cedi more.
Okay,
this is bad enough. But you see, most importantly, we speak of economic stability, stabilize, and all of that. The accounts will ask no crack.
Oh, are you not happy that the cedi stabilize?
No, but you see, But you see, at the end of the day, how do you feel it in your pocket?
There's a lag.
We are political beings.
There's a lag.
Has the price of cement come down? You understand? Has the price of tomatoes come down? Price of goods and services, have they come down? That is what we use as a common people to understand whether the economy is doing well or not. Yeah. So we used to give them all these, GDP growth and so on, inflation, single digit. They said no, they don't even want to listen to any of them. What has the money been put in our pocket? That's what they used to tell us.
All right.
But you see, it's bad enough that the government wants to impose some taxes on the people of Ghana, that they don't even care about consulting any stakeholder. The BDCs, the OMCs, even members of parliament. And for parliament, it was told, we went back and forth, still continue to engage people.
Right. This is our position on e-levy. If I may just settle this, quick one. This is our position on e-levy.
Okay.
In 2017, in fact 2013, when we did the VAT Act, VAT is a tax on consumption. So we extended the VAT to non-core financial services. Simply put, if you go to the ATM to withdraw, you are paying a fee. It is that which should attract the tax, right? If you send Momo, you are paying a fee. That is what should attract the tax. It is not your salary which you received, which you put on your phone. When I take my salary, because I'm old school, I put it in my pocket, and then you send, money. The original proposal was taxing the fact that you were making a transfer. It's taxing savings and investments. Anyway, it became necessary because the tax on non-core financial services, not investment, no savings, was repealed in 2017. Right? And so the review of the VAT, which anyway has been done with technical assistance, will revisit all of these issues so that we have rationale. Let's understand, VAT is a tax on your expenditure, not on your savings, not on your investment. So, and VAT is flexible. You see, VAT is on all expense. Otherwise, you will be taxing all the economy, right, which was goods and services, and some services like architectural, accounting, and the rest. And new services would escape.
So what you're saying is that as part of the review, we can expect the consideration of VAT on the fees for mobile money transfers.
We are going to listen. No core financial services. Mind you, it's not just the services are being done. On mobile phone, restaurants everywhere. It is not just what's the difference between you paying and somebody keeping your money in the pocket, taking and pay. Once the service is rendered, right, it should be covered by the VAT, because the definition of VAT is that just like income tax, right? If you earn income, the tax kicks in.
So if I send Momo to Kojo Yankson, for example, the charge by the telco, you are going to charge the VAT on that charge?
No, in principle. I'm saying that in principle. I'm talking principle. I'm saying that in principle.
Not that you are going to do.
No, in principle. Well, yes, that's part of the study.
Right.
Okay. I'm saying that in principle.
So it's being considered.
It is expenditure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Listen, we're going to come back and touch on one more issue because there isn't so much time. But we have to come back and touch on the fact that Kenuforiata is wanted. Again, stay with us. More after this.
TCL's champion deals are here and they are big and bold. Buy 50-inch, 55-inch or 65-inch TCL QLED Pro 4K Smart Android TV starting from 7,999 Ghana cedis and get free 32-inch TCL TV. Buy TCL 75-inch, 85-inch or 98-inch TV and get free 43-inch TCL TV. The bigger the purchase, the better the deal. Buy TCL 115-inch QD Mini LED 4K TV and get a free 85-inch TCL TV. Discount so huge you feel like a winner. Looking for TCL refrigerators, washing machines, water dispensers, audio soundbar and more at cool deals? Rush to TCL showrooms and authorized TCL dealers in Ghana before stock runs out. Terms and conditions apply. TCL, inspire greatness.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Sasso, sasso, come tonton preko. Sasso, sasso, come tonton preko. Edrana drami ne buseshe. Yeah, how can see our name malaria? Minya me pone me sasso spray. Every mosquito starting run away. Tonton preko, sasso sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Come tonton preko, sasso, come tonton preko. Na ni sham ne die, demo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Attention Ghana, the Green Revolution is here from 11th to 13th of June 2025. The Accra International Conference Center comes alive with the Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025, the nation's premier showcase of fruits, vegetables, technology, and export opportunity. Organized by the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters in collaboration with the Ghana Export Promotion Authority and proudly supported by Ghana Exim Bank, Fidelity Bank, Gesa, Agro City, Agro Monte, and GIZ with Joy Business as the official media partner. This is your gateway to innovation, trade, and partnerships. And the highlight, the keynote address will be delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Book your exhibition stand or register now on www.ghanahotiexpo.com, or you can contact 0243 345 7783 or 053 522 4555. Ghana Horticulture Expo 2025. Growing Ghana, exporting excellence.
Daddies, them say we don't know how to marry, we just they worry.
With Father's Day just around the corner, it's time to start thinking about ways to celebrate the dads and father figures in our lives. Joy FM, Joy Prime, Joy News, and Hits FM proudly present My Father, My Hero. Fatherhood, a deeper connection. This year, we invite you to step away from the daily grind and celebrate your fathers. Now, here's what you have to do. Record a 30-second clip commending your dad. Tell us the heroic things he's done for you and share with us via WhatsApp on 055 1111997. We will play your clips on air and select top 5 entries to win some amazing prizes from our sponsors. Tune in to Drive Time from 3 to 5:30 p.m. every weekday as we embark on this journey. Don't miss out on this fun, entertaining, yet emotionally impactful mini virtual and auditory adventure. Happy Father's Day.
My Father, My Hero is brought to you by Legacy Crop Improvement Center, the home of quality seeds. Achimota Retail Center. Shop at Achimota Retail Center this Father's Day for amazing discount. Achimota Retail Center. Vibes in Kwa. Akono Ginger. Efriwara.
Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day to every man where they fight for their responsibility.
You're welcome back. It's the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Our guests are Tekwe and Hassan Tampuli on Political Thursday as we touch on all the issues that you've been talking about. Let's talk about Ken Ofori-Atta. He's re-wanted, for want of a better word. The special prosecutor has declared it so. But it's become a sticky issue because his lawyers insist that the only reason why he's not here is because he's ill, and they have provided evidence that he has cancer and has to undergo treatment for it. There are some who suggest that the special prosecutor is being high-handed. The man has communicated his situation. Why not show some, sensitivity? What does the former finance minister have to come and do? For which reason he's being forced, even off his so-called sickbed, to come to the office of the special prosecutor. I want to start with you, Mr. Tampuli, on this one. The special prosecutor's position is quite straightforward. The stage of the investigation requires the physical presence of the suspect. Full stop. So if that physical presence cannot be provided, it should be because it medically cannot be provided. In other words, Mr. Ofori-Atta cannot travel. It's not whether or not Mr. Ofori-Atta is unwell. It is whether or not Mr. Ofori-Atta can travel. And that has not, the fact that he cannot travel has not been proved by Mr. Ofori-Atta. Therefore, he's wanted. Simple. And
thank you. So this is a matter that has been playing out, I think, since the beginning of the year. And there have been letters between the lawyers of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta and the office of the special prosecutor. I think that we have to lay a certain foundation in this matter, that every public officer should know that there is a day of accountability. All of us. That when you occupy public office, one day you'll be called upon to come and account for your stewardship. So the former president has told all of us that if you are called to go and account for stewardship, please do well to show up. So with that mindset, I'm not too sure if Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta is trying to avoid accountability. I'm not holding brief But from what I hear his lawyers say, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta is unwell. They have written to the office of the special prosecutor and they have attached, letters to that effect. And they have even indicated the hospital where he is seeking, the medical attention. And about the next, 10 days or so, he'll be going under the knife. Now, the OSP insists that he must bodily show up. Now, what we must know is that even if Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta shows up during the course of interrogation, he can decide not to talk throughout the period. Under our laws, every suspect or accused person has a right not to self-incriminate. So the lawyers are proposing that there are medium through which you can reach Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta in spite of his current situation. So the OSP insists that you must, and I think OSP has every right to make that insistence, but I think it should be measured in the way that he says, because you don't even know the extent to which the man's prostate or cancer has developed.
But that's his point. That has it developed to the point where the man cannot travel?
Well, I see there are options available. The lawmaker should be deemed to know more, and so we pass laws to assist us as if a day like this would come. There is a law known as Mutual Legal Assistance Act that was passed in 2010, Act 807, and under that law, Section 40, 41, 42 provides mechanisms for authorities in Ghana, for instance, to seek assistance from other countries. And in this case, the United States is a member, is a signatory to this particular, convention. So it's one of the things that the OSP can seek to do, to engage him either by, video link, or you can also apply, to the U.S. government for them to provide, assistance for you to be able to go to the locus, to go and then do the engagement with him. Don't forget that the OSP can proceed to trial without even Ken Ofori-Atta's, presence in the country. This lady who used to be at Maslock, Sedinam Tamaklo, right? She was tried in absentia, convicted, and then sentenced. So, Office of the Special Prosecutor has different options to apply. But what I'm saying is that I think that there should be some continuous engagement between the lawyers and the OSP, because there's a solution. If you are not able to come physically, there are other remedies that the OSP can apply.
What do you say to those who suggest that, Mr. Ofori-Atta brought this upon himself because he actually told the special prosecutor that he was going to have surgery in March? It didn't happen. April passed by, May passed by. He was given up to the 2nd of June to appear. And it was some days to that date that he suddenly said, no, I'm now going to have surgery. So the thing he said was going to happen didn't happen. No communication about that. And then suddenly, when he's due to arrive, suddenly it's going to happen again. So, what do you say to those who say, well, Mr. Ofori-Atta brought this upon himself, and it's no surprise that the special prosecutor does not believe him and is not willing to give him any further leeway?
When it comes to health matters, one can't be so sure. You can wake up in the morning and by evening you are gone. You understand? Or you can be healthy and think that maybe you are strong enough, and the next thing something happens to you. So we can't be too sure.
Communicate for all that time?
Exactly. So maybe there's a question of lack of communication. There's a lacuna as far as the communication between the lawyers and the OSP is concerned. That has to be addressed. But what is important, I think, the willingness on the part of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta's lawyers to explore other means of having that interface. In fact, it is in the interest of the OSP to even take advantage of some of these platforms to do this just for the records, and then say that, okay, I've made every effort to reach Honorable Kenneth Foriata. I've not been able to reach him, and I'm applying. So you go the extra mile, and then take advantage of electronic opportunity to engage him. Of course, you can't be too sure about who is in his presence when you are engaging him, through electronic communication. But there is another option, like we do here. Sometimes a court will be trying a matter, and a witness is unwell, indisposed, probably at the hospital. Sometimes even the judges, they move the courts to the locus to take evidence. Sometimes somebody is so unwell, and the fear is that the person may not survive the next couple of days until the trial terminates. So the court will go and take evidence and preserve the evidence. So these are mechanisms that are available under our law. So I think that the OSP can take advantage of any of them to tick the boxes, so that it won't look like he's being high-handed, he's being insensitive, and so on and so forth.
Mr. Tekpe, I mean, is the special prosecutor not just being overly dramatic? What will go wrong if he decides to take advantage of technology and conduct this process without disturbing the man and making him travel all this way? The special prosecutor asks, what is so special about Kenneth Foriata? But I mean, he's a former finance minister like you. Does that not make him special?
Kojo, I'll be very brief on this, unfortunately, because one, I don't have expertise in the area. Though I did some law, I read around and I do things. I take the lead, on the position of my Attorney General, an official, and you've already stated those positions. But I can also speak from my own experience, just like Honorable Tampuli, said. That's, and many people do not know this place. At a point in time, I had to face interrogation on a number of issues. But I did not speak about them in public on account of advice from my counsel that when a case is in court, you may end up perjuring yourself if you are out there.
This matter is not in court yet.
Well, it's in the judicial process. Let me just, put it that way, But at the point when I had to travel, when I was, being called upon by the, authorities to answer, various questions on various issues, at various points I had to notify, the investigating authorities when I had to travel, right? And I did that, regularly, right? You would recall, and then the other principle is, you don't comment on. So you recall that when Honorable Forson, was in, was in court, and there was, I think they made a statement, which was, whether taken out of context or whatever, that I had given, authority to him. There was a lot of pressure on me to comment. But I insisted that when the case is in court, that's a principle which I learned, you don't comment on it. And I refrained. When the court, requested my attendance, yes, I did go. And what I also know, interestingly, is that as a former finance minister, at one point, I was going to travel for a consultancy commitment. Right? So the court, it was the court that granted that I could do, my presentation in court through, but my lawyers had to go and make sure that that was okay with the courts or with and then with the investigating, agencies. However, the dates for appearance, when I was to do it, online, the date was postponed. And so the day I appeared in court, if you recall, actually the judge even thought that I was outside. But it was in the morning when I got to know I had arrived. So I told my lawyer, and they informed the court, and that's the way in which, I had to appear, to give, back my witness statement, and, yes. So that's an instance where it is my deputy, and I was involved, and as to whether I give authority or whatever. But the first instance was involved myself in the part of investigation.
So in that case, you were a witness, not a suspect.
Witness, yes. No, okay. But well, I don't know whether I reached the stage of a suspect, because I went into on about 3, different transactions.
A person of
which
interest.
I was, yes, right. Okay. But I'm saying that throughout all of that, I refrain from commenting, and taking the lead. So if on this matter, you ask me something, I would, if I'm not sure coming here and we had a position, I don't have access to the OSP, I would rather call and get a position, 1, whether I can comment, and 2, what is it that, I can do, just as others consult me on tax, finance, and other issues. So I'm afraid that's my view on this.
Okay,
yes.
we respect that, and we appreciate it as well.
We are running out of time.
I know. I would have loved to touch quickly on Chairman Wuntumi's adventures in prison as well.
For 30 seconds.
Yeah. Let's take 30 seconds from each of you on that one. I'll start with Mr. Tampuni.
So the case of Chairman Wuntumi is now over. The drama is over. The way and manner in which he was picked up in front of the CID headquarters was unprofessional, and in fact it was an affront. And I'm told that there is some amount of tension between the Yoko and the CID, because the CID felt that they didn't show them respect. They invite somebody, and then all of a sudden you come and pick the person up in front of the office. That was most unfortunate, and it will create tension between security agencies. But what is more important is the fact that the IOCO bill conditions violated some constitutional provisions, especially Article 14(3) and 4. Because it says that if you arrest, restrict, or restrain somebody, you must produce the person within 48 hours. And sometimes we mistake it to be after 48 hours. It says within 48 hours. So when 48 hours was approaching, it was the responsibility of Yoko to have taken him. Even if you have giving him bail and he wasn't able to satisfy the bill, so long as he was going to continue to be in your custody, the law says that you must do so.
Right.
And then secondly, under Article 14(4), the Constitution also says that you should not make bail conditions too onerous, as if to use it to punish the person of interest or the suspect. Because
do you think the 50 million was onerous?
Because you see, what is bail? You are granting somebody bail in the expectation that the person will come back to continue either the investigation, the interrogation, or to come and continue standing trial. Whether it's 50 million, 10 million, 5 million, 10 million, is of no moment. You just want to ensure that the person will come back. So apart from insisting that two sureties to be justified to bring properties in excess of 50 million and so on and so forth, they could even have done it self-recognizance. And I said it here, Honorable Kobnat Dufour Jr., Seidu Abanga and all of that, Agongo and all of that, all of them were giving self-recognizance. You understand? Honorable Ofosu Ampofo,
Even, that was the judge's discretion, though, right?
No, they were still under investigation. Even my good friend Richard Jakpa, he never slept in custody for just 1 day.
I meant that Chairman Wuntumi's bill was the judge's discretion.
It was not.
Okay.
It was not. It was at the behest of Yoko. Okay. Nothing had gone to the courts as at the time.
All right.
So I think that next time we should encourage our security agencies to be minded and guided.
A quick one from Mr. Tekpe before we wrap it up.
Yeah, it's my understanding from this, that there was the opportunity to have gone to court to, appeal against the, the level of the bond and others. But in the end, the bond was, was posted, and the chairman, is out, and the process, continues. So, yeah.
I thank you both for your time. It's been such a pleasure. It always is, and we hope we can do more of these in the coming days. Now, we've got an extension of a few minutes because our dear friends from Adansi Travels are here. Kojo is going to engage them in just a moment. Kojo, ask them that what does rules are rules mean?
I'll definitely do, and thank you very much, Honorable Setekpe. Thank you very much, Honorable Tampoli, for joining us this morning. Let's make it a regular thing, eh? Let's make it a regular thing. Honorable Tekpe and Honorable Tampoli, let's make it a regular thing. Make time for us. This is still the Super Morning Show. It's 10 o'clock. We apologize for not bringing you the 10 o'clock news. We're extending the show by about some 10 more minutes because Adansi has something special for us. And when it comes to Adansi, it's for all of us. And I've been joined here by Yao Chuks, the General Manager of Adansi Travels. And anytime Adansi is here, there's certainly something special in store for you. Yeah. And they are celebrating their 12th anniversary, and there's a lot they've planned. Yao, welcome to the Super Morning Show.
Thank you.
Specially extended for you.
Thank you.
12 years of Adansi. Yeah, Adansi. It's I went on a trip with Adansi. It was a local trip. Wanderlust Ghana organized a local trip around the country with Adansi, and it was fantastic. And I've been looking forward to doing one of these other trips with you.
You should.
But tell me, you are 12 years, and as you do each year in August, you have something special, and this year's is going to be special. Tell me all about it.
So August is an anniversary month. Essentially, what it means is that's a conception year or conception month. I mean, it's a heartbeat, essentially, and then it means that we need to celebrate it. Being 12 years in the industry, it's not an easy feat, and in celebrating it, it's only right we do celebrate with our clients, our customers, because essentially we are because they are. So what it means is that we want to be a little magnanimous in the month of August and offer more packages. See more for less.
See more for less. So see more, few more for less.
Yes.
And what are these packages? Where are you taking us to?
So the plan is to take minimum 1,000 people to 20 destinations all across the globe. So we are looking at Asia, we are looking at Africa, we are looking at Europe, we are looking at the Americas, and all over. In fact, the only place we are not looking at is space.
you need to start looking at space. Say a brand new Akudi holidays. So this sounds exciting. You're looking at 1,000 people.
1,000 people minimum.
We're going to take them across 20 destinations.
Yeah, all across the globe.
Do we have specific packages for all these?
Yes, we do have specific packages, and I need to mention it's for everyone. It's not for a select few. So it cuts across everyone. So if it's a girls group, boys group, you are planning your honeymoon, you're a family, you need somewhere to go and relax. I mean, it's cut across everywhere. It's being curated for everybody. So we've got packages to Dubai, of course. We've got packages to Kuala Lumpur. We've got packages to Europe. So Europe, you're looking at Berlin, Amsterdam, Paris, Brussels. We are doing a cruise from Venice to Croatia to the Greek islands, Santorini, Mykonos, all. We've got packages to Egypt. We have a Morocco package. We have Nairobi, Zanzibar. Of course, there's an SA package, Joburg, Cape Town. I mean, it's a lot. We have Doha, Singapore. We have Egypt, Istanbul, Dubai, Istanbul, and it's
depending on your preference. You can go to any of these locations. So it's not just the packages that you usually announce, but people can have specially tailored packages for them. So if DJ Obeti and I want to organize the Obeti richest DJ jam strip, you can put something together and take us to Paris and take us to Amsterdam and maybe take us down to Joburg to go and chill.
Sure, we can. So what it is we already have pre-planned packages for our anniversary months, and these are all selling now to the month of August end. But of course, if you have your own plan as well, if there's a special plan you want us to tweak it for you, it can be done.
Okay. You just mentioned that they are affordable. How affordable are they?
Very affordable. I mean, it goes beyond affordable. So, for example, we have a package for $1,990, and it's for 10 nights in Dubai.
$1,990 at the prevailing exchange rate.
At the prevailing exchange rate. So you're I mean, it's very affordable.
Yeah.
So it covers your flight, it covers your breakfast, it covers your airport transfer, your visa.
And how many nights in Dubai?
We are doing 10 nights in Dubai, 11 days. 4-star hotel.
For
$1,990 USD.
So that's like $190 USD a day.
Exactly.
I don't know. Tell me about some of the other packages. I know the Akofa trip to Malaysia is coming up.
Yes. We have a trip to Malaysia, and Malaysia is a very beautiful place. I mean, I think it's an underrated destination. The last time I was telling Alexis, I was in Kuala Lumpur, and I went for dinner in the dark. It's an experience, very beautiful experience, where you have dinner in the dark. You won't see yourself. It's absolute pitch black. You won't see yourself. Somebody comes for you, takes you to the place, you have dinner. All you can do is to perceive the food, because you can't even see the food. And after you are done, then they tell you. After you are done is when they will show you the menu, and it's a beautiful experience.
I had lunch around Selangor. I went to Putrajaya.
Putrajaya. That's their ministry area.
And all those places.
Museum,
Malaysia is just beautiful.
Very beautiful.
Went atop
very beautiful.
Petronas Towers.
The Twin Towers.
Stayed at the Mandarin Oriental.
Very beautiful, and it's affordable. And
I want to go back.
It's a destination most people don't know for shopping. The shopping there, it's so on. Good stuff, quality stuff, but very much affordable. So we've got a package there, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore. We've got a package just for Kuala Lumpur. I mean, and all these packages, Istanbul as well, Istanbul, Dubai, Istanbul, Egypt. We've got a package for Morocco. These days I know people want to see Marrakesh, Casablanca, and so.
I want to go to Morocco for many reasons. Morocco and Egypt for many reasons. For the culture,
beautiful destination.
For the science,
iconic
for the
places.
Agriculture as well.
Okay.
There is a farm in Egypt which is almost the size of Greater Accra region.
Is it?
Yes, it's in the southwestern desert of Egypt. I want to go and see those things. This farm has a large airports. That takes all sorts of jets to, I want to go to Egypt or Morocco, and I want to go to the King Mohammed University in Morocco.
Nice.
To go and see their research in science, technology, agriculture. Nice.
Okay. So it's essentially it falls within our theme for this year. All these things you are saying. So our theme for this year is see more, feel more. So it's not just seeing more destination, but whilst you're at the destination, what are you seeing? We want to leave you with immerse yourself. They want to leave you with that goosebump memory feeling, so that by the time you come back, you would re-equate yourself that I've seen more, I have felt more.
How can listeners book packages here?
So listeners can book packages by coming to our offices physically at East Legon Airport, the Nexta Square, Tetema Community 1, or you can go to our social media, Adansi Travels, or all the social media, we are there, or kindly call 059 55 00 817. I'll take it again.
Kindly repeat the number,
0595 500 817. I would implore our clients to please call ASAP, because the packages are getting booked. Usually, by the time we get to in the middle of July, people will be calling and we say, it's outsold. It's outsold. So please call now and reserve a spot.
Yes, and make hay while the sun shines.
Very important.
Right? The dollar is struggling.
Apeke.
So book now.
Book now. Let's go and celebrate the city by spending it.
Previously we needed like 40,000-50,000 cedis. Now 19,000, 20,000, 12,000.
Just go and have fun, relax.
People,
outside there, see more.
This is your chance. You cannot go to space, but other places on Earth. You have to visit.
Enjoy it now,
Charlie. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much.
And I can't wait to join you on that trip to Egypt and Morocco. We'll talk about that.
Most definitely. And we'll look forward to you.
Regards to everyone, all the team members.
Thank you.
Let's do another trip within the country too.
Most definitely.
So that we'll pay more one Ghana cedi on the
so that you see more and feel more.
Yes. Yao Chooks is the general manager for Adanse Travels. You know, what time Masu? You too, you can travel, you can see more, you can feel more. Thank you so much, Yao, for bringing the good news according to Adanse. It's 10:09. We are wrapping up here on the Super Morning Show. Joe Mensah in the background. Boswe. Kojo,
right. It's been quite a show, hasn't it?
Yes.
And we thank you all for staying with us for it. We're doing it one more time tomorrow. It's a holiday tomorrow, isn't it?
Tomorrow is a holiday.
Yeah. It will be for here.
Yes.
So please make sure you join us for a special holiday edition. We'll be talking about things that will thrill you.
Yes.
So make sure you have your radios on.
Yeah. And today is Samuel Dame's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
So we've cancelled the rest of the activities on our schedule for today.
We are going to find some fufu to eat and then we'll celebrate. We'll put candle on. We'll put candle on the fufu.
My name is Kojo Akoto Boateng.
My name is Kojo Yankson. I'm the morning man. You can call me Nana Kojo Ensingi the first.
And my name is Bema Kojo Boateng.
Hey, you're the Bema.
Cosmopolitan Mix is next. Stay blessed. Let's keep listening to Joy 99.7 FM.